Bum, ba, ba, bum, 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 bum. Here we are. We're streaming now. Here we are. We're streaming now. Hey, how you guys doing? I'd like to actually start today by really thanking the Patreons and thanking the people who are donating to me. That's something that I got to get better at, and I know I got to get better at. There are people who are actually giving me money to do this. There are people who are actually giving me money to do this, and I'm actually extremely grateful to those people. Uh, and I'm extremely happy that anybody has the faith. I know money's tight, everybody's in a ridiculous situation, and I'm just extremely grateful that there's anybody out there that's actually even donating $1, like let alone 5, let alone 20. So big thanks to everybody out there, and I don't feel comfortable doing like the shout outs given my given the sort of the sensitive nature of what it is I do, I think. And so I don't know. I've never felt comfortable doing that, but I just want to let anybody out there who's actually donating to me big thank you. I recently actually did like a withdraw of a little bit of money from the Patreon, and boy howdy am I glad that it was there. So thank you so much for supporting this work, and if you would like to support this work, please consider donating to the Patreon down below. Eggs D, good to see you. You're the first one in. Why is my camera reversed? It is so that when I look at the screen, right? Check it out. When I look at the screen, now it looks like I'm looking at the screen, right? So before, when I would look at the screen, it would make me go the other way. And when I would point at my thing, it would actually point in the opposite direction. And so from my perspective, the camera was opposite of what it was. And so by reversing it now, when I look at the screen or when I look this way, it looks like I'm looking at the screen now, right? So for longtime viewers, it looks reversed, but now I think it's actually better. It means that I'm going to be able to actually interact with the screen, actually point and be like, look at this right here, this right here. It's so important, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I didn't even notice that or think about that. Yeah, it does reverse that. I think I gotta live with it. Simple as that. I think I just gotta accept that that's the case. Cause, what can I do about that? I could get a sticker that's reversed and put it on the thing, and so then it will be reversed. Good observation, XD. I'll definitely put that on the list of things to think about or do, because it definitely, like, solve one problem, create another problem, eh? That's the nature of all this stuff. Solve one problem, create another problem. Right? That's life, right? And you just gotta bite the bullet and accept that sometimes you do confront these things in life where solving one problem creates another problem. This is like the classic conservative stall tactic for solving problems, right? Well, if you solve that problem, it'll create this problem. And they'll pretend and they'll act like the problem that gets created is worse than the problem that got solved, right? And oftentimes you can just look at these guys and be like, that's a fine problem to have, right? If the problem that you're complaining about is that, like, it's gotten absurd, right? It's just like, if you do that, some guy that has $100 billion will only have $98 billion. Right? Like, that's the level of the problems that they're trying to throw in our path. And now it's gotten to the point where their strategy now here in Canada is to hyper focus on the carbon tax. That's 100% what they're doing now, is that they've just got everybody wrapped up and they've created a narrative that says inflation is out of control and it's because of the carbon tax. And because nobody knows how the carbon tax actually works, and nobody understands who the carbon tax is actually taxing, people are just taking it at face value and believing it. And there's a certain kind of sense to it where it's like the tax increases gas on the farmer, which increases gas on and it increases gas on transportation, and that's going to increase the cost of food. And it's like kind of true, but it's only going to increase the cost of food as much as the carbon tax is. And the carbon tax isn't 30%, right? The carbon tax isn't like 40%, right? Like so conservatives are just kind of, I mean, big surprise, people are brain dead. I keep interacting with people who are just utterly brain dead. I had a conversation with someone just today who was trying to convince me that the Soviets and the Nazis were allies, right? The Soviets and the fascists were allies. And he provided a source, because I asked him a source. His initial source is a series of Wikipedia articles. And I was like, no, you can provide an article, right? I'm not even going to bother opening up Wikipedia. One of the founders of Wikipedia has literally said that this has been compromised by the CIA. So you can provide an article. And so he chooses an article, and within the article, it outright says, and it's about like some aviation plane station that gets put into the Soviet Union in the 1920s by the German government. And it outright says in the article that the guy provides me that the plan was scrapped by the National Socialists, the Nazis, for ideological reasons. So these guys are dimwits. Like, we're dealing with like utter total dimwits, and it just turns out that they're in the majority, right? Like here's your problem of democracy ultimately, is that everyone's fucking stupid as shit. Like they're literally giving you sources that disprove their claim when they even deign to give you sources in the first place. And this is where we find ourselves. DM, good to see you. Hello, John. Did you read about Doug Ford government facing class action lawsuit for abruptly canceling the basic income program? I saw something about that a long time ago, DM. I haven't really been following it that much because I suspect it's just going to fizzle out and turn into nothing, right? That it'll be a big nothing burger, like much of what is happening in Ontario now. Like, Ontario is basically turning itself into a nothing burger province where nothing happens, and basically we're just a wealth extraction plan. Like, the Doug Ford's plan of building a highway, like they're building a highway where nobody is asking for a highway. Literally everybody is saying this highway is pointless and worthless. It's just a wealth extraction scheme. That's all it is. And it's like nakedly obvious that that's exactly what it is. Just a make work program to raise taxes on people in order to fill the coffers of like Doug Ford's cousins. Shit like this. Like it's just naked corruption directly right in front of your face, and that's the best that we're gonna get out of Ontario. And like, for God's sakes, like now we have a leader of a Liberal Party whose name is like Bonnie, right? Like Bonnie Crombie or something like this. She sounds like she's from like a Harry Potter novel. Like she's just like this nice cheerleader woman who we're definitely going to solve the problems of Ontario. My plan is to bake gingerbread houses. Like, we're so dead in the water. And the leader of the NDP, just like the previous leader of the NDP, looks like a substitute kindergarten teacher. Like, where is anybody with any cojones at all that looks like they could stand in front of Doug Ford? And honestly, where's the basic plan? Where's anybody who's willing to stand up in front of Doug Ford and be like, this guy's a loser, obviously. Everything he's done has failed. He's cost the province billions of dollars. He has no strategies. He's reduced our economy to the size of Alabama's, even though we have 5 times the population base. Like, we should be moving forward with a cogent plan, and here it is for you to look at. Nah, we're not going to do that, right? We're just not going to do that because we're not smart. Like, we're not an intelligent people, and we're going to pay for it pretty significantly. Like, I've just made my peace with this. We are not an intelligent people. That we are getting what we deserve. That's essentially what I'm looking at now, is like just a culture that's getting exactly what it deserves and is going to completely crater itself while claiming to be the greatest in the world. Yeah, we're the greatest and the smartest. And now there's like Middle Eastern commentators I've been seeing on TikTok. There's East Asian commentators, and these guys are talking about the West just like they're basically dismissing us. They're basically looking at us and being like, "Yeah, you guys are lunatics. It's obvious that you're lunatics. We don't believe anything you say. We're not interested in anything you have to say. Go crater yourselves because it's exactly what you're doing." And it's totally true. It's completely and totally true. We're just absolutely cratering ourselves, and we're not intelligent enough to figure it out. Like, we lack basic humility and basic intelligence skills. We're literally providing sources that disprove our own theses while going, ha-ha, to people. That's who we are. We're literally, like, we're struggling with the concept that we're committing a genocide in Gaza. Like, that's where we are. We're going to elect a government, and the people who are going to elect that government are like, what genocide in Gaza? What are you talking about? The ICJ just said it was plausible. Not that it was happening, just that it was plausible. There's a difference. You should know. You don't understand English, eh? Like, that's what's going on. So we're just going to totally eat it. We're going to crater completely. The entire rest of the world is going to move on without us. We're going to be like, how come nobody wants to play with us anymore? And everybody's going to be like, because you're psychos. Because you're obviously dim-witted, dumbass psychopaths. Go fucking die. And there's like nothing we're going to be able to do about it. And it's just going to get like extremely obvious. Like after we start this war with China, it's just going to be so obvious that the entire rest of the world we're going to turn ourselves into a total pariah. And if Europe was intelligent at all, it's not. We're in the same boat. They're in the same boat we are. If it was intelligent at all, it'd be cutting ties with America and Canada as fast as it possibly could. It would literally be turning to like China and Africa and being like, hey, we could be buddies. Yeah, sure, we have a colonial history together, but we can make, we can come up with something, can't we? Huh? We can make a deal, huh? Ha 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 ha. Look, we're totally fucked. We're totally fucked, and we're not pulling it up. Like, it's not going to get pulled up. We are going to crater like an unbelievable to the degree where historians, should they exist in the future, will just be like, what in the hell happened here? What the fuck are you even talking about? How did you go from being this like peak apex, like crazy powerful, to just total detonation? Because it's not going to be like the slow decline that the Roman Empire was, right? It's not going to be like that. It's going to be like a swift downward, just like a single generation neck crank, fall over dead. And everybody's just going to be like, what? What? And there's going to be like huge segments of even the global south and huge segments of the population that are like, but America, land of the free, home. What happened? What's going on? What? And people are going to have to stand around and be like, yeah, this is what happened. Like, we absolutely destroyed ourselves at our most basic level. We literally decimated our ability to reproduce. Like, really think about that. We literally destroyed our ability to create more humans. Like, that's a total fucking disaster. Mikhail writes, hello, the problem with democracy is that no matter how it's organized, it's a type of gambling. I mean, I think that the issue with our system of democracy is that it was set up by capitalists to be adversarial in order to essentially be a game show to distract the working class or to keep power away from the working class. That to describe our system of government as democracy is kind of a misnomer. It's not really accurate. It's not completely what's going on. That a real system of democracy would start in your workplaces, right? Move up from your workplaces into the municipality and then up into the provincial level or the state level, and then up into the, at the municipal or county level, and then from there up into the province or state level, and then into the federal level. And the entire way, it would be this just complete thrust of just energy going in a front level. And the idea that it's adversarial, where you have parties that are literally vying for dictatorship level powers on behalf of a small group of capitalists, I think would just be a foreign thing in a real democracy. So it's just gonna, like, it's not even gambling, right? Like, it's just a pretend show. It's just not a real thing that we're doing. Like, to call it democracy is sort of odd, frankly. Like, it's like the illusion of democracy. It's the democracy show, right? It's not actually a democracy. We got a lot of people who just floated in here. Conton, Gabrielle, Radio, Jake, good to see you again. Just me, good to see all of you. Thanks for being here. I got to tell you, I'm gonna take a moment again, and I'm gonna get better at this. I promise. And has a new bookshelf over on Twitch. Good to see you. To the people who are actually donating to my Patreon, thank you. Thank you so much for donating. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to do better to let you guys know that I really do appreciate that you're actually donating and that you're actually supporting. Thank you so much for participating in that. Thank you so much for your participation in the Discord. To the people who are very active in the Discord, I really do appreciate it. I feel like I don't do enough or say enough in that regard, that I really do value that, and it really does matter to me. And on the back end of things, I know I don't talk about my own personal financial situation, but having people support me was very valuable in these last couple of months, and it really stabilized me in a way that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to do without your support. So thank you so much to each and every one of you out there that's actually donating. And I'm going to I should put a reminder note. I should put it right there, right on my monitor, just to be like, reminder, say thank you. Say thank you more. Be more grateful, because I am grateful. I'm incredibly grateful that there are even people listening. I'm incredibly grateful that there's anybody donating. I'm incredibly grateful that there's anybody who's interested in anything I have to say in the first place. So thank you, each and every one of you, for even being here, and thank you for donating, and a good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe, hit the bells, hit the whistles, tell people I exist. Tell people I exist. So thank you once again. Yeah, capitalism always bringing it to us. Absolutely. Absolutely. DM writes, this is another lawsuit in regards to the basic income lawsuit. This filed this week. Like you said, nothing will come of this either. The judicial system is owned by the ruling government and oligarch class who opposes the basic income. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are sections of the governmental system that are sympathetic to the basic income. I think the Canadian Senate is actually sympathetic to a basic income, because the way the Canadian Senate works is that it's an appointed body. The Canadian Senate is actually more similar to the American Supreme Court, that it's an appointed body where you rule for life, basically, and all legislation essentially needs to go through the Senate. But because it's an appointed body, it becomes slightly less partisan, which is interesting. You're appointed for life. So once you're there, you don't even really need to abide by the people who appointed you, right? And history has shown that once you're there for a period of time, like, and new leadership switches out, like the House leadership switches out, you tend to disconnect from the partisanry and start to focus instead on actual legislation and and you become very concerned with, well, is this going to abide by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and is this actually something that's going to benefit Canadians, and all of this kind of stuff. And so you hear stuff that happens in the Senate, like for a body that's appointed and is completely undemocratic. Like, every time I listen to these guys, it's like, oh, these people are taking this job quite seriously, and actually, like, are here to be like, I don't know about this legislation. We should actually talk about this. Maybe send it back to the House for review, right? and things come out of the Senate, and the basic income is one of those things, where the basic income has gone through the Senate several times, and they've talked about it several times, and they've even sent recommendations to the House and all this kind of stuff. So the issue, as I see it in Canada for the passage of a basic income, is actually the House, right? That the Senate, I think, would be quite amicable. And the court system, I also think, would be amicable to it, because the court system here in Canada is set up to be completely different. It is completely unelected. It's a very internal system. Like, to become a judge in Canada, you've literally got to be a lawyer for like 20 years or something like this, and then defend yourself to other judges. And then to become like a Supreme Court judge is like this whole process. Like in America, we're so used to the American legal system where, like, to become a judge, it's just like, yeehaw, I got money, I'm going to win me an election, right? I'm a judge now, yuckles, right? Like, that's not how it works in Canada. We actually believe in precedent. We actually believe in the idea that maybe these people should know what they're talking about and be educated in law and like history and like basic shit that's going on, right? Jake writes, what I feel as Europe has stopped being the center of the world. It's fading away. We can see China, India growing, and European countries are aging and losing space. In 50 years, European populations and economies will shrink, while the African, Asian, and Latin American economies and nations will rise. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Jake. That's absolutely right. Yeah, it's the fate of all civilizations. Born, grows, reaches its peak, then gradually falls to its extinction, being absorbed by other dominant ones. And then to just add in another thing on that, I think that America is due for a breaking up period, right? Like, what we are actually seeing is like the very end of like a forward trajectory of America just like spewing itself into the continent of North America, right? That Canada and America both just became like political bodies just out of nowhere, right? But they have no foundation. There's no actual foundational support there. There's no actual institutional support, and they tell you so, right? Like, that's what this whole free market capitalism chaos worship shit is all about. It's just harvest as much as you can, and the system is going to die. Like, literally, you can't have a system where the vast majority of people within it are saying, I don't want the system, the government. We don't trust the government. Okay, then your system's going to fall apart, right? Like, you can't have a system while everybody that operates in it are saying, I want to get rid of the system. And I think that's going to be healthy for the world. It's going to be a disaster for America, but it's going to be healthy for the rest of the world. To see, like, Texas break off and to see the South rise again and, like, to see all of this crazy shit go on. And it's going to be crazy, but I think it's going to be good for the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is going to be able to move on while America gets its shit together, right? I'm glad to hear that, XD, and thank you guys for saying these. These are kind words. Thanks to you, John. Value for value. I'll thank you. Yeah, 1,780 subs and counting. Absolutely. Absolutely. What do you think of fish harvesters protesting in Newfoundland? Yeah, fucking protest. Just fucking protest your brains out. I'm never gonna stand here. Like, I literally defended and will continue to defend the Freedom Convoy protests for their right to protest. So if you stand in front of me and say, hey, there's a group protesting, you know exactly what I'm going to say. Protest your brains out. Revolt, rebel. Like, there's no such thing as a bad protest anymore. Protest, get in the streets, shake, rattle, and roll. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. Protest your brains out. Like, things have gone fucky. Right? Things have gone fucky. And, like, we need to surround the halls of power. We need to have mass general strikes. So we need to have big energy. Like, we need to be doing that. It looks as though it's manifesting itself. You see throughout the United States, there's the major unions are planning a general strike in 4 years. Like, 2028 is the date. That gives us, the rest of us, the non-union folk, 4 years to create a plan. To create a plan so that when those unions go on strike, we can join in. And every single little tiny bit counts. Every single itsy bitsy little tiny bit counts. right? It doesn't matter how small or how insignificant you believe the energy that you're putting into this revolt is going to be. It's going to count. I promise you that. I promise you that. 4 years. This should be the new plan for all of us, because the unions forming up and having a general strike is the most powerful action that can be done, period, hands down. And so the rest of us should be falling behind them in full force. And for us, communists, we should be the people showing up to remind the unions, hey, we could just go in there, right? Like, we can just go in there, right? Yeah, Mike Duffy. Like, you take a look at the Mike Duffy scandal. It's like such small scale shit. It's literally like a couple of $1,000 traded hands, and Duffy was pushed forward on some piece of legislation, supposedly. Like, it's such small scale corruption, you know what I mean? That it's barely even worth holding on to. Like, the SNC Lavalin scandal was probably more impactful than the Mike Duffy scandal. And you guys know me. Like, my position on corruption is that you should expect a certain degree of corruption, right? South Korea arrests strike doctors. Yes, I heard about this. Has a new bookshelf. South Korea has been arresting people who have been on strike. Yeah, bastion of capitalism, right? Did I see the cartoon in La Presse newspaper? I did not. Here, I've actually got a whole bunch of articles that I'd really like to get to, so I think I'm going to do that. Hey, June, how are you? CH Radio, Long Defiant, good to see each and every one of you. So, this is actually a big article that I really want to get to. And the reason why I think that this is a great article, and this article it really reminded me. So, I subscribe to a bunch of subreddits and to a bunch of places that are far right. Right? So in my feeds and in my socials and wherever I go, there's a certain percentage that is far right. And I do that because you end up with stuff like this. I didn't get this from a leftist source. I got this from the far right. They are desperately afraid of the spread of Marxism and the spread of communism. Right? So I haven't read this article yet, but this comes out of the Financial Post. So I'm really looking forward to this. Because this really proves to me, first of all, it proves to me that I should keep following and listening to what the far right has to say. But it also proves to me that they're scared, and that what we're doing is working, and that what we're doing is having an impact, right? Because the first thing that they want to do is silence you, and they want to pretend like you don't exist. The fact that they're even acknowledging this, the fact that they're even talking about it, the fact that this article is getting published at all, tells you that they're concerned and that they're scared. And they should be. So we should take this as a win, definitely across the board, before we even read it. So here we go. Opinion. Western society must stop the spread of Marxism. So Western society, the code word for capitalism, right? Your capitalist death cult. The death cultists are afraid of the antidote, right? Sauron, desperately afraid of Frodo and the hobbits. The scourge Gandalf, the enemy is the wizards, right? Like that kind of shit. I'll take a look at it, just me, for sure. The source of our current problems? It's the political economy, stupid. Especially the idea that people are either oppressors or oppressed. Right? We're all in this together, you guys. You just need to work hard. Here we go. Recently, in the National Post, Jordan Peterson. Good, strong start, you guys. Strong start. We're using as our source, definitely credible, not at all a lunatic, loser, Jordan Peterson. This is how demented and collapsed intellectually the system of capital has become. They're literally looking at Jordan Peterson. That's how desperate they are, you guys. They're looking at Jordan Peterson. Like, Jordan Peterson is the torchbearer. Okay. Recently, in the National Post, Jordan Peterson diagnosed the psychological grip woke activists have on ordinary people, urging conservatives to move beyond the slogan, "It's the economy, stupid," and start fighting the philosophical battles at hand, which they're not capable of doing. I would argue his advice should be amended slightly. It's the political economy, stupid. Current economic and philosophical problems both originated in the same place, the Communist Manifesto. So you see the scale that they're giving it? You see the credit that they're giving the Marxists? That current economic and philosophical problems originated from the Communist Manifesto. That Karl Marx is what's responsible for what ails us, even though he's been dead 100 years. Wow. Communism has power, real power, to make that claim. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, well, good for them for including Engels, the seminal text of political economy, which became the handbook for bad economics, so says the death cult, and the woke movement alike. Right? Like, they might just say Jews. Just say the Jewish Bolsheviks. The cultural Marxist shit, man. Just say it. Like, we know that's what you want to say. Just say it. Published in 1888, it opens with the simplistic declaration. Yes, because things that are understandable should be stated simply, right? If you can't state your position simply, then you probably don't know what you're talking about. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman. In a word, oppressor and oppressed, right? Employee or employer. In this rigid oppressor-oppressed scheme, which is the heart of woke ideology, everyone is either tyrant or victim, not based on anyone's choices, mind you, right? Individual freedom, the beating heart of fascism, but the accident of historical circumstances. If you are an oppressor, you can never be anything else. Well, that's not the claim. You can become a class traitor, right? You can turn against the capitalists. You can turn against the oppressor class, right? You can join the working class and work against the oppressor, right? It's perfectly possible to do that. We have never made the claim that you can never be anything else. You can and also I'd like to point out, like, Marxism is not an ideology. I'm going to point this out until the day I die. It is a material and historical dialectic that observes reality. That's what it is. It is a science. It is not an ideology. That it's the capitalists who maintain the ideology. It's the capitalists who maintain the religious perspective because they have no other perspective to take. They don't have a science. They don't have a scientific perspective any longer, because if they did have a scientific perspective, they'd be Marxists. Most ominously, everything that has contributed to historical oppression, including all customary civil rights and social institutions, must be destroyed and replaced with a new centrally planned society. I mean, question mark. According to Marx and Engels, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, right? The abolition of private property is absolutely necessary. To abolish private ownership is to abolish all individuality. So here's a conflation, right? They don't understand Marx, right? No one is talking about taking away your toothbrush or your iPhone, right? No one is talking about removing your ability to have individuality. We're like making sure that Galen Weston has no say in what happens in the food distribution network has absolutely nothing to do with you producing art or what it is you'd like to contribute to the society, or you having an iPhone or a car, even, right? Like they're doing that thing where they conflate private property with personal property because they don't understand the subject, right? They're using frauds and losers like Jordan Peterson to back their positions. They don't understand the subject. And yet they're publishing these articles to propagandize against something that they don't know anything about. Because the reality is, if they did know something about it, they'd probably just be Marxists. Literally the paragraph right before that. I don't know if I understand. The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. Thank you, June. Thank you for bringing that in. Right. Like, again, all they can do is like decontextualize and basically lie, right? Like they just basically have just lied here. It's just and it's bald-faced. That the actual phrase, right? The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. Right? They make the distinction within the quote that these people are using. What's this hack's name? Ross McKittrick. Ross McKittrick. So you're a hack, Ross. Right? Do your basic reading. You're illiterate and you don't understand the subject. You think losers like Jordan Peterson are cool, even though he's a schizophrenic and a moron. To abolish all individuality. Just hack shit. Replacing it with uniform group identity under the control of a totalitarian state. Like, read Lenin. Communism is about the abolishment of the state. Like, basic shit, man. Like basic shit. And they didn't stop there. They called for abolition of all forms of free buying and selling. All right of inheritance. Yeah, for sure. That's the case. All forms of free buying and selling. What are you talking about? Like, they called for the abolition of markets generally? No, probably just bourgeois markets, right? Again, please do your basic reading. Family structures, probably he's talking about the patriarchy, right? Religion, private industry, parental control over education, etc. I mean, all of this is just like the dumbest way to articulate these things in the most propagandistic way possible, right? So it's just a dumbass misunderstanding the subject. They called for the centralization of banking. Banking has already been centralized, right? It's just been centralized in the bourgeoisie. Industry, again, industry has been centralized. It's just been centralized in the bourgeoisie. Agriculture, again, agriculture has been centralized. It's just been centralized in the bourgeoisie. All the means of communication and all forms of transportation into the hands of the state. Again, that's already happened. It's just that the bourgeoisie is the state, by which they meant themselves and their allies. Nope. It's very clear what communists mean by the state, right? That the state is understood to be groups of armed men who use force to exert oppression over one group over another. That's what the state is understood to be, right? And that right now we're in a bourgeois state. We're in a capitalist state. We are in the dictatorship of capital. That's where we are right now. And you'd understand that if you had done the basic reading, but you didn't. In short, the communists everywhere, and he's quoting something now, although I don't know what he's quoting. In short, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. Yeah, capitalism, right? They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Emphasis added. Yeah, of course they added emphasis in order to lie to you. What we call civil rights and personal freedoms were merely the means by which oppressors have historically exercised power. Well, I mean, no, like what we call civil rights and personal freedoms are concessions given by the bourgeoisie, by the capitalist class, to the working class, right? And those concessions were earned by the threat of overthrow, right? That's how this works. It's like the basics of how any of this works. Like, you see how they don't understand the subject? You see how they can't actually grapple with this honestly? Like, you see how stupid they are? Right? Like, are you seeing how stupid they are? Like, that's the thing about all of this that I really want us to all brace for, is that the decline is going to be desperately stupid. We're going to watch the people who we were supposed to venerate, like when we were 20 and just coming into the world with wide eyes, just like graduating from school, just being like, oh, I'm finally out of school, pursue your dreams, yay, right? And just walking headfirst into the thresher wheel of capitalism. All of the people who we were supposed to be like, wow, super smart Elon Musk, Bill Gates, what a genius, right? They're all frauds. And they're all revealing themselves to be frauds, and they're revealing themselves to be fraudulent in the stupidest ways possible. Like, the collapse and the decline of our society, look from the outside, looks so stupid. So stupid. Like, the entire rest of the world is like wide-eyed with their eyes like just like this, being like, whoa, this is dumb. Holy cow, you guys are stupid. Like, that's what it looks like to everybody else. Marx, Engels, and their allies never asked whether the cure they proposed might be worse than the disease. I love it, right? Communism has never worked. We'll just ignore all the evidence of it working. Having declared that society is nothing but oppressors and exploiting the oppressed, and having appointed themselves advocates for the oppressed, they were duty-bound to destroy society and impose what they called communism, an empty word that turned out to mean nothing more than they and their fellow zealots taking charge. You know, as long as you ignore the entire history of communism, which you do, right? Because you're a hack. You don't know anything about the subject. You're obviously illiterate. This is desperately stupid. Once you understand that every institution on which society has hitherto rested, down to motherhood and milk, is a target for overthrow, today's woke revolution makes sense. The point is not to improve, but to destroy. I mean, that's somewhat accurate, right? Like, we want to destroy the capitalist system, right? Really notice that he's not once said the word capitalism, right? He's not actually acknowledging the existence of the bourgeoisie or the existence of the capitalist class, because he's not a serious person, right? These people are desperately unserious and shouldn't be tolerated or listened to. Like, this is stupid, right? Like, this is just the crying of a whining baby. And we're seeing it more and more, that all the system can produce, like they're just sending up chaff. They're just sending up like a scatter shot in the hopes that we'll get stalled by it and be like, oh, goodness me. Oh, I've got to stop and answer each intricate kind of thing. Just move forward. Like, move through it. Push them aside. Just say that they're embarrassing. Block them. Move on. Like, that's all you can do now. Because we're literally in a place now as a people where we, on the one side of the conversation, are people who are using scientific evidence to explore facts, and on the other side are flat earthers and these death cultists. Like, that's where we are. So just, like, push through it. This is the best they've got. This is the best they've got. Think of any tradition or institution that has thus far escaped attention from woke radicals and make a note. Within a year, you will learn it too is under siege. I mean, we should be questioning everything that capitalism has been producing. We're literally doing a genocide right now. A mass-scale, huge genocide of 2 million people right now. We should 100% be questioning every single institution in our society because of that alone. I don't even need to make a larger argument. We as a people are creating a genocide. We are committing a genocide against another group of people. That means the entire system that we are in is fraudulent and should absolutely be torn down and questioned at every single stage of the game. We should literally be tearing buildings down over it, right? That's where we should be, and to pretend like that's not the case is fraudulence to the highest possible level. This person, Rick Mitrikik, or whatever his stupid name is the biggest hack that has ever written in the history of humanity. He's a fraud of the highest level, and he's the best they've got. That's why they let him publish this. The 20th century taught us that Marxist theory is false and toxic unless you actually pay attention to history. But also that once implanted, it is hard to unroot. Don't you love this? The enemy is both weak and strong. Classic fascist talking point, right? This is what the Nazis did, right? The 20th century that taught us that Marxism is false and toxic. False and toxic. That's why people love it so much. That's why when it takes root, it stays forever and it's impossible to get rid of because people hate it so much. Like, do you hear how stupid these people are? Including in places that people believed it couldn't happen here. Like, it couldn't happen here is a classic Nazi thing, right? It couldn't happen here is what you say when the Nazis rise to power. So this conflation, again, of Nazism and communism, this embarrassing thing that these losers are doing because they're too stupid to actually do basic research on the subject. And they're just willing to embarrass themselves publicly in front of people who are willing to listen to their dumb shit. From 1945 until the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1990, at least half of humanity lived under Marxist dictatorships. Like, it's just embarrassing at this point. It's just like straight up like, Marxist dictatorships wherever you look. The good old Nazi boy is going to go in there and clear up those Marxist dictatorships. Why would such an odious doctrine that you don't know anything about, like you don't even know what Marxism is, but it's odious, okay, become popular in so many societies? Oh, here we go. I'm looking forward to this so much, you guys. Oh, I'm looking forward to this so much. I cannot wait for how stupid this is going to be. Why would such an odious doctrine become popular in so many societies? How can it be stopped once it begins to spread? After the fall of communism, we in the West stopped asking those questions and forgot how to answer them. You never knew. You were never smart enough to know, right? You never had answers to those questions. You didn't forget them, right? You were too busy providing support to the Nazis in World War II, right? They gave Henry Ford the Iron Cross, for God's sakes. Like, the only reason America got involved in World War II is because the Nazis were starting to lose. And it was just understood that if they didn't intervene in the war, the Soviets would take Europe. And so America saves European capitalism by intervening and meeting the Soviets at Berlin. And of course, here comes my biggest critique of the Soviets, is that they met the Americans and acted in good faith with them, assuming that America was actually their ally when America was not, in any way. Marxist doctrine spreads because the oppressed, quotation, oppressed, as if that doesn't exist, as if there isn't a long, gigantic labor movement, right? The existence of the labor movement and labor unions and these sorts of organizations in the first place show you that Marx is correct, right? Why have a union unless these people feel oppressed? Right? But if you're a dimwit who's not willing to talk about these things because you don't understand the subject, you put it in quotations. Marxist doctrine spreads because the oppressed gain instant status and power without need of personal virtues or accomplishment. Wow. Listen to how stupid that sounds. Marxist doctrine spreads because the oppressed gain instant status and power without the needs for personal virtues or accomplishments. Imagine being part of a labor union and hearing that, right? Imagine being part of a trade union and hearing that. Imagine being part of like a guild and hearing that. That's like some basic fascist Nazi shit right there. Like basic fascism, like Mussolini fascism right there. Nakedly, right in the Financial Post. Like, these guys are fascists. It's extremely obvious. The idea holds appeal, but you don't know what the idea is, but the idea holds appeal, but only to our most selfish and cruel instincts. Ah, yes, sharing. Our most selfish and cruel instinct. Sharing. The ability to share with one another. And to confront bullies who refuse to share. The cruelty. Exempt from criticism, the oppressed come to believe they're entitled to take everything the so-called oppressors have, by force if necessary, or to burn the whole system down for revenge. No, to feed people. You see the tent cities that exist everywhere, Rick? You see how there's tent cities everywhere that the capitalists are maintaining, right? The oppressors who you deny the existence of because you're a hack. Right? Like, incapable of understanding basic things, obviously haven't done the reading, obviously don't know the subject, right? You're just literally like, there's a CSIS spot on your shoulder. Like, this is actually really embarrassing. It's actually really, really embarrassing that this is even getting published. Like, this is the best you have? Yikes. I didn't realize you guys were so weak. Like, I just didn't realize you guys were so weak and pathetic. Genuinely, I thought that you guys were stronger than this. Like, I thought that you would be capable of actually doing the basic reading and having something to say. But again and again and again, we see this is the case. You guys are dumb, illiterate, you don't understand the subject, you refuse to acknowledge the existence of an oppressor class when we literally have tent cities and trade unions and the labor movement. Like, even in this most basic of ways, there is oppression in your society, and it's obvious and it's clear, but you're too stupid to acknowledge it. So you sound like a child, right? Like, it's just amazing to see how pathetic and weak you are, which just goes to show why we're going to experience this generalized collapse, because this is the voice that's getting published in the Financial Post instead of somebody who's reasonable, well-read, and literate. It's amazing. The only remedy for this cult-like mindset, the cult-like mindset of wanting people to have houses, what Elon Musk, my man, if you're quoting Elon Musk, like, Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk, these are the virtuous people who we should throw our weight behind. I cannot believe this guy is reaching for Elon Musk, while Elon Musk is like revealing himself to be this grotesque racist. Just like this amazing racist right now. What Elon Musk called the woke mind virus is to teach people a healthy and proper loathing of victim status, right? To accept gaslighting, right? That they need to just accept being gaslit, right? That you guys keep telling us how worthless we are. This is what's so funny, is that you outright say, oh, you're failing, it's because you're weak. And then pretend like that's not abuse, and pretend like that's not abusive, right? And then when we turn around and say, you're abusing us, you say, oh, you're just full of self-loathing and victimhood. Like, it's genuinely pathetic, right? Like, you guys are obviously terrorists who are terrorizing everybody, and we're calling you out on it, and this is your pathetic response? Unbelievable. The young, right, get them while they're young, right, start the abuse when they're young, right, must be taught old-fashioned values of self-reliance and individual accountability so that when they're abandoned, they'll accept it, right? That's what this is all about, right? You want them to be self-reliant and have individual accountability so that when you abandon them, they'll accept it silently. That's what this is all about. That's what your whole position is and always has been. That we are here to extract as much value from the society as we possibly can, send it upwards into the bourgeois class that we deny exists in the first place, and then abandon them. And then when they cry about being abandoned, we tell them, well, be self-reliant. Where's your individual accountability? So we gaslight them, right? That's your whole position, and you're stating it right here. Like, it's just a basic fascist Nazi position. Coddled adults who embrace cultural, like, I love this, coddled adults. Wanting to have a home is being coddled, you guys. If you're living in a tent, you just need to be self-reliant and have individual accountability. It's your fault you ended up in that tent. Right? You're hearing how these guys sound like Nazis? Like, you're hearing it, right? How these guys sound like Nazis and are being published in the Financial Post. Coddled adults who embrace cultural Marxism and its seductive promise of victim status must not be allowed to exploit or misappropriate the compassion all decent people feel toward genuine victims of oppression. Oh, so there are victims of oppression. There is a system of oppression now. So who are the genuine victims of oppression? Can we talk about who the genuine victims of oppression are here? No. Who are the genuine victims of oppression then? In your system of thought, like, you're willing to throw a token here. You're willing to actually acknowledge reality for 4 words, right? You're willing to acknowledge reality for this very brief, fleeting moment and say that there are victims of oppression. Oh, so there is a system of oppression. Well, where is that system of oppression? Do you have any analysis for that? No? Oh, right, because your whole thing is about gaslighting and your whole thing is about obfuscation, right? And you're not literate, you don't know anything about your own society, or if you do know something about your own society, you're not willing to talk about it because you understand that if you actually start talking about it, you'll realize that Marx was right. But you're kind of too unintelligent to understand that. Although Peterson is right, what a joke. What a total fucking joke. That the underlying battles are philosophical and psychological, I mean, a guy who's obviously struggling with schizophrenia would understand what it is like to have a psychological battle with oneself. Many people will only become enraged when cultural Marxism begins to destroy the economy. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're going to try to blame cultural Marxism for the decline of our economy? Like, we're in this downward spiral, and the only people who have ever been in power have been capitalists. So what this is, and what you're doing, is attempting to set up a narrative to scapegoat communists, so that when they start to show up in response to the decline of communism, in the decline of capitalism, you can round them up like Hitler did, right? You can round them up like the Nazis did with your fascist ideology. As eventually it must. By the time that happens, however, the hour is late. Anyone who wants to prevent another outbreak of the political and psychological horrors of the Maoist and Soviet empires must equip themselves accordingly. Just essentially a Nazi cry, right? Protect yourselves from the consequences of our actions, right? And this guy's a professor of, a priesthood of economics, right? He's one of the priests of the death cult at the University of Guelph, and a senior fellow of the Fraser Institute, right? So he's like a high priest of the death cult of capitalism. Very clear. And what's interesting about this guy, Ross McKittrick, right? So he's a professor of economics at the University of Guelph, and he's illiterate. He doesn't know anything. Like, really let this sink in. A professor of economics at the University of Guelph, and he's illiterate. He doesn't know anything about the subject that he just wrote on. Like, and he's calling, he's like crying out into the world with a Nazi cry to fight back against people who are being systematically destroyed by the society they live in, but there's no oppressors. Like, it's just stunning to watch how weak and pathetic these people are, and how small they are, right? Like, this guy here, his life's work is a total joke. He's a complete and total farce and a fraud. He doesn't know anything about the subject, and if you throw your lot in with this guy, then you're just basically just throwing your lot in for the decline of the society. And he said it right here, that when the decline starts to happen, we should fight back against the victims. That when the poor, when the needy, when the abandoned, and when the desperate begin to respond to the abandonment caused by the death cult, that we should equip ourselves accordingly. What do you think that means? Right? So these guys are going to round us up. Right? This guy's a professor of economics saying this. Like, this is a priest of the capitalist death cult. Like, they're going to round us up. It's right here. Like, America and Canada deserve everything they get. We absolutely deserve what's coming for us. We are absolutely going to turn into a backwater of the planet Earth, and we absolutely deserve it. Like, the rest of the world is just going to look at us and walk right by us. And as our population goes into decline, as we begin to round up minority groups, as we begin to gun down trade unionists, as we begin to actively have an internal civil war, as people begin to flee from America because of that civil war, as immigration declines sharply because minorities are smart enough to know not to come here while we're having a race war, right? And as our birth rate collapses into decline, the rest of the entire planet is just going to go, ooh, wow, okay. Well, you guys want to trade with one another? You guys want to do business? Right? America's obviously fucked. Here you go, Rick. Congratulations. Oh, hey, not even Rick. Ross. Sorry, Rick. Your name's actually Ross. Jesus Christ, man. It's just absolutely stunning to see the illiteracy at the highest possible level, right? It's absolutely stunning to watch people like this literally not know anything about the subject and be so dishonest. Right? I think, June, your observation here, this right here, where you picked on it, like that destroyed this person's credibility from the outset, Like they're literally cherry picking and decontextualizing quotes and pretending like it's intelligence. It's just staggering. It's just staggering to watch the rise of fascism in this country. What have you guys been saying? Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro are just very unlikely figures to be heroes to anyone. But I guess Norman Finkelstein and RFK Jr. are too. Maybe it's good we aren't judging people by voices now. I've noticed that since since Stephen Bonnell got completely bodied by Norman Finkelstein, there's a campaign on the internet now to try to discredit Norman Finkelstein. And of course, the way they're doing it is they're taking some of Finkelstein's most based takes and spreading them around on far-right sites so that people are like, wow, this guy's actually a lunatic, when he's actually just spitting fire and telling the truth. Yeah, the decline is already desperately stupid. Trudeau isn't even comparable to Brian Mulroney, for fuck's sake. I think that's true, actually. Like, Brian Mulroney at least had a plan, right? There was at least some kind of strategy. There was at least something there. There was something that he stated and argued for, right? There was something that people could look at and actually be like, oh, okay. Like, this is what they're actually saying. Yeah, just me. I'm banned from Twitter for exposing Israeli lies. I mean, yeah, like Elon Musk's a fraud, right? Elon Musk's bans transgender Harvard lawyer for naming a neo-Nazi, right? And we thought Elon Musk is for free speech on Twitter, yeah? So much free speech, huh? Yeah. Like, these people are total frauds. And it's just, like, comical now. Like, it's not even... What do you even say about it? Like, I'm here groping for the language to use. Like how blistering is it to watch this failed priesthood try to defend the failure of their system, right? Because it's obvious that the capitalist death cult has failed. Homelessness is spreading, inflation is spiking, right? And these guys are writing about it as if it isn't happening. Like, it's just staggering to see the illiteracy on such a scale. Being published in the Financial Post, no less. Like, and I just imagine some dim-witted capitalist actually reading this and taking it seriously. Like, that's the part about it that's so staggering. Is that this is the apex. This is the best. It can't get better than this. If they could do better than this, they would. Right? If they could do better than this, they would. But they can't. Watch Alex Christoforou make what is basically a comedy hour every day out of the plain stupid antics of European leaders. Is this the fellow that was... there's a fellow that got elected to parliament, I think in Germany. And he basically does this, where every day he's just going around filming what politicians do and revealing that they do nothing. It was kind of cool watching the Liberals just cave to the NDP on not selling arms to Israel. They just caved. They know they got nothing. I mean, I'm in a month's time, CH, it's going to come out that the Liberals found a circuitous method to continue funding Israel. That they're like, yeah, we shut off this hose, but we opened up another, right? Like, they're not going to stop funding Israel, right? They're going to send money to a third-party organization like SNC-Lavalin or something that'll then turn around and donate to the financial campaign of Chris Christie, who will then raise funding to support Israeli arms by exactly the amount that was donated, right? Like, that's what will happen. Like, they're not going to stop. These people are Nazis and Zionists. They're not going to stop. Yeah, ignores the past 500 years. Yeah. Well, just my favorite part of the whole article is he literally, like, gives the game away. The compassion all decent people feel towards genuine victims of oppression. Who are those people? Are they the Gazans that your country is committing a genocide against? Are they the homeless people that the system of capital is abandoning into the streets because they've tripled the price of housing? Are these the genuine victims? Who are these genuine victims of of oppression? Who are these genuine victims of oppression? Who are they? Can we have a talk about who they are? And actually discuss the system that they live in? No? Why not? Oh, because we know who they are. You're just a Nazi. Got it. Yeah, Gorbachev was naive. So was Khrushchev, but he smartened up fast. I mean, I actually think that Khrushchev was just like terrified. I've seen people make interesting arguments that Khrushchev was actually genuinely interested in social welfare and social welfare projects within Russia. Look, I just think that the Nazis scared the shit out of these guys, right? I think that like Stalin was this like last bulwark of like communism as a force because all the rest of them got scared shitless because of the Nazis. And the country was exhausted. So like, I get pretty compassionate when it comes to Khrushchev and Gorbachev. And like, I think Gorbachev especially, we can critique. I do think that Gorbachev was extremely naive, right? But like, they had every reason to want to begin a project of appeasement, which is exactly what they did, right? It's very clearly a project of appeasement that they enacted. And like, you can see how terrified Khrushchev was. What's his name? There's that writer from Grover Furr. Grover Furr writes this really interesting book where he goes through Khrushchev famously makes a speech after Stalin's death, where he essentially accuses Stalin of a bunch of crazy shit that makes the West go, aha, we knew it. And for forever, up until the modern era, people look at that Khrushchev speech as a confession note, and they hold it in front of you, right? But Grover Furr goes through all of the claims that Khrushchev made and wrote a book called Khrushchev Lied, and goes through every claim that Khrushchev makes and points out that they were all lies, that there's no evidence for them or the evidence contradicts Khrushchev's claim. And so I take that and I say, oh, okay, so Khrushchev lied. Why would Khrushchev lie? Like, it's not enough to say because he wanted power and glory for himself. He had it. He was the leader of the Soviet Union. He had power. Right? Why would he turn around and try to distance the country, himself, the party, everything from Stalin? Get away from this as fast as possible. Right? Lie, lie, lie. Do not uphold Stalin. Get rid of him. Bury him. Off it goes. Because he's looking at Europe and he's looking at America and he sees, oh, this is what these people are willing to do to us. So we've got to appease them. We've got to bury Stalin, show that we want to get away from him as fast as possible. Stalin was a monster and we all knew it. We all know it. We got to get away from him as fast as possible. So he just bullshit lies about it so that he can begin this project of appeasement so that the Nazis don't invade them again. Like, it's very straightforward shit. It's very straightforward shit. And I'm actually extremely sympathetic to this. Like, I wish it didn't happen, right? I wish that's not how the arc of history went. But at the same time, it's very difficult for me to stand in judgment. Again, it's Western Marxists and Western analysts removing war from their analysis. Russia lost 25 million people. That's huge. That's huge. It's massive. Entire cities just completely bombed out. That's enormous. That's massive. That's gigantic. That's huge. Like, giant firebombing, the Blitzkrieg, the fucking Nazis rounding up women and children and putting them in churches and setting the churches ablaze. Just these meth head crazy psychopaths, like literally like Warhammer 40K characters, just on tanks with flamethrowers and just like right? That's what they were dealing with. And it makes all the sense in the world that once Stalin goes, the Soviet Union begins this project of appeasement. And so I wish it wasn't so, but it's very difficult for me to disrespect Khrushchev and Gorbachev and Yeltsin and all these guys and Brezhnev because, like, nothing could be worse than the invasion of the Nazis. The only thing that could have been worse is if the Nazis had have won. That's the only thing that would have been worse. Right? So there's nothing worse than that. So anything you do to avoid that is good. And I really respect that position. Like, you do not want bombed out cities. I think that my biggest critique of Stalin is that I just don't think he understood the lengths the capitalists were willing to go. I really don't think he believed that they would do these things. I don't think that when Stalin was in power and when he was the leader of the Soviet Union, that he actually believed fundamentally that the Nazis would actually erect these concentration camps and begin these purges. I don't think he actually believed that the Nazis would act the way they did. I don't think he actually believed that it would or could happen. I think that's something that's not well understood or even really talked about at all. Like, the idea that the Nazis would become this waving horde of blitzkrieging monsters, causing genocide and despair wherever they went. Yeah, that's predictable. Yeah, I called it. What are you talking about? Like, what are you fucking talking about? You didn't call that. You didn't call Adolf Hitler showing up. You didn't call him taking power, and you certainly didn't call this weird little cult of people who are definitely willing to do these things. Like, it's believable that, like, Adolf Hitler would show up and here's this one guy and he's kind of a nut job. But there were millions of them. There were millions of them willing to do the things that the German Nazis did. That's not predictable. You didn't see that shit coming. Like, and so these Russians just got the shit scared out of them. Because they actually saw what Western civilization is actually all about. They actually saw what Western civilization, quote-unquote civilization, was actually all about. And when this guy, Ross McKittrick, says, anyone who wants to prevent another outbreak of the political and psychological horrors of the Maoist and Soviet empires must equip themselves accordingly, he's talking to the Nazis in our quote-unquote civilization. Like, oof. Yeah, McKittrick is literally a professor of quote-unquote economics, i.e. theft. I mean, he's a priest, right? He's just a priest. He's a priest of a death cult. He's not a scientist. He's fundamentally illiterate. Like, he hasn't actually read Marx, and he doesn't understand Marx, certainly. Yeah, his sources are Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson. Exactly, right? Fraser Institute tag, yeah. Yeah, loathing of victim status. So, like, forced pregnancy victims, draftees to be shoved in the front ranks of fascist war. Yeah, they don't speak like Nazis, they speak as Nazis, yeah. Genuine victims of oppression. Whip-bip-pup. I don't know what this is, bud. Sorry. I'm dead sure that this is like a solid point. I just don't know what this is. Sorry. Ross McKittrick is a thoughtless imbecile who deserves to lose his job and everything that he cares about. I mean, like, but he won't, right? Good to see you, Eric. This is a blasphemy. How dare YouTube not give me a notification about the best live stream on YouTube? Oh, that's very kind. A good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe. Hit the bells, hit the whistles. Let people know that I exist. Tell people that I exist. Yeah, destroy the economy equals cancel Disney. Yeah, buy efficient devices that use less fuel or power. Yeah, because what matters is the GDP, right? Like, if you poison the water supply, you increase the GDP. So that's what matters. Yeah, see the West Bank settlers? Yeah, see what they do to Palestinians? That's their plan for us. There's big money that's putting morons like Destiny, Stephen Bonnell in our face. Yeah. No, like, we know that this guy works for the Democratic Party, right? Like, and we understand what his strategy is. Like, his strategy is the same as the pedophile Vosh, right? That they, Ian, whatever his fucking name is, Ian, whatever. He, it's to get people who are actually interested in leftism and actually moving to the left, and to funnel them into the dead end of the Democratic Party. That's what their job is, right? And they're doing a good job of it. Right, they're turning a lot of people who I think otherwise would have become at least socialists into basically right wingers, right? Yeah, big money can put them in our faces, but it's up to us to not let them live rent free in our heads. Yep, I mean, just like there was a moment where I had this like, oh man, I could become one of these people. Like, Hassan does this a lot. And I think it's because Hassan streams a lot more than I do, so he's got more air time to fill. But he'll like watch people like Ben Shapiro. I think Ben Shapiro is the person he watches the most. And he'll watch Ben Shapiro and talk about Ben Shapiro on his stream. And there was a moment where I was like, I should maybe do that too. But it's like, no. Like, I just don't think that these people hold any value whatsoever. They're so obviously fraudulent. And if other people are going to do that work, then they can do it. But like, to even give them oxygen is just sort of an oddball thing to do. Unless they do something like extravagant. Like make a movie. Remember when a homeless man broke into Nancy Pelosi's home and beat up her husband? I did hear about that. What a baller. Yeah, communism took away my grandfather's estate. Yeah, Alexander Shalotskin. Yeah, exactly. You know, Shalotskin's uncle, I'm mispronouncing this for sure, owned a white Rolls Royce said to be one of 9 in all of Russia. Well, says Eric, I remember listening to a Russian scholar who made the same observation as Grover Furr and said we need to talk more about those kind of talks. But of course, I cannot find the video anymore. Yeah, of course. No, down the memory hole. It's so frustrating, that kind of thing, because there's a bunch of stuff that I know that I've seen but have fallen into the memory hole of the internet. Like, the one that that always jumps to the top of my mind is when Charlie Munger, if anybody can find this clip and put it in the Discord or let me know where to find it, I would be forever grateful. It's Charlie Munger in the last year of his life talking about how to keep people connected to this system, they need to be under the threat of agony. He used the word agony. Like, and I saw that and I was like, holy shit. And then I moved on from that, and it was like a week later, I was like, dude, I should find that clip again and like save it. That's huge. What a huge confession from Charlie Munger, right? But of course it went down the memory hole because he probably had like a staff of people who were like, yeah, dude, we're not going to let that out in the world. So if somebody could find that, that'd be amazing. I've looked around for it. I can't find it. Third worst, have to fight the Nazis. Second worst, lose to Nazis. Worst, have to hear Nazis praised. Yeah, the wrong side of the war. Yeah, that's true. The very worst Nazis were the Galatian SS, Christian Freeland family. Yeah. Whippipo is Haitian for white people. Bolshevism, says June, Bolshevism is not merely anti-bourgeois, it is against human civilization itself. In its final consequence, it signifies the destruction of all commercial, social, political, and cultural achievements of Western Europe in favor of a deracinated and nomadic international cabal. Joseph Goebbels. Great quote, June. Strong quote. June, you're like on this. You're like super, super on this. Like, we definitely have the right to question a society that is generating genocides. Like, we absolutely have the right to question that culture and question that society. We are generating war, and we are generating genocide. We should absolutely be questioning that society and questioning the institutions within that society. Oh, okay. Somebody Yeah, this isn't anti-Semitic. Nosfer Yahoo. Like that's just some fine wordplay on en route to en route versus Rafa, right? This isn't anti-Semitic. What's anti-Semitic about this? This is what he looks like. He's dressed up like Nosferatu. It's Nosfinyet Yahoo, which it does not roll off the tongue, but I get what they're getting at. No, this is great. As so far as like scathing propaganda goes, this is really nice. To try to play the anti-Semite card with this is so weak. Like, it's just so sad. Like, that's the thing about all of this. These people are such weaklings. They're so pathetic. Like literally, if it wasn't for the fact that they have armed guards to storm in and protect them from poor people who don't want to be poor anymore, if it wasn't for that, these guys would just be the wimpiest losers ever. Right? Nobody would even listen to them. Who gives a shit what these guys think? Oh, yeah, they have armed guards to come and beat the shit out of you. Got it. So, from Fortune magazine, like, hey, Ross, maybe you should actually just read even Fortune magazine. We are essentially in a gilded age, a new gilded age, as workers get laid off, CEOs and shareholders gobble up hundreds of billions in profits. Taking modern century spin on the let them eat cake, shareholders are having the whole cake, and eating it too. It's no shock the boardroom is able to stay above the fray as wealthy members are more equipped to weather economic downturns. But it turns out, CEOs and shareholders are walking away with an even greater slice of profits than one might think. So finds a new report from Oxfam, a British non-profit focused on eradicating poverty, which analyzed more than 200 US corporations to assess their inequality footprint. Most money ends up funneling into the mouths of those at the top, as 90% or $1.1 trillion of the combined $1.25 trillion in net profits for those companies analyzed went to paying wealthy shareholders. Executives are doing quite all right as well. CEO pay has ballooned since the pandemic hit, increasing by 31% from 2018 to 2022. Oh man, Just Me, hold on, interrupting. Just Me says, you think you found the video? Just Me, you better not be. Dude, this is it. Put this in the resources.
What makes capitalism work is the fact that if you're an able-bodied young person, if you refuse to work, you suffer a fair amount of agony. And it's because of that agony that this whole economic system works. The only effective economies that we've had that brought us modernity and the prosperity we now have, they imposed a lot of hardship on young people who didn't want to work. You take away all the hardship.
Okay, hold on. Can't hear it.
What makes capitalism work is the fact that if you're an able-bodied young person, if you refuse to, what makes capitalism work is the fact that if you're an able-bodied young person, if you refuse to work, you suffer a fair amount of agony. And it's because of that agony that this whole economic system works. The only effective economies that we've had that brought us modernity and the prosperity we now have, they imposed a lot of hardship on young people who didn't want to work. You take away all the hardship and say you can stay home and get more than you'll get if you come to work. It's quite disruptive to an economic system like ours. What makes capitalism work is the fact.
I imagine it would be disruptive to an economic system like yours. I imagine that actually providing food and shelter would be disruptive to slave systems. Like, thank you, Just Me. Thank you. Holy goddamn shit. How did I not think I gotta save this right away? This is incredible. This fucking totally, yeah, the epitome of the quiet part out loud. The epitome of the quiet part out loud. Just a total, utter ghoul. Dave, good to see you. Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ. Starred. Done. Saving it. Like, if you didn't hear it, you wouldn't believe it was said, right? Something like 1/4 to 1/3 of North American Jews are anti-Zionist. I imagine they are not anti-Jew or anti-Judaism. Of North American Jews are anti-Zionist. Yes. Okay. Dude, so I just find it so funny. Like, literally, Fortune magazine is like publishing how like 90% of the wealth generated over the last 5 years has gone to the top, to the shareholder class, and this guy's pretending like it's not happening. Like, that's staggering. That's absolutely staggering to watch. Oh. Thousands of Canadians are planning to boycott Loblaws store. Good. Definitely. Like, clear these places out, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, Eric, I listened to a video of Caleb Maupin video today, and it finally made sense why he has the views that he does. He outright admits that he disagrees with Marxist philosophy, aka dialectical materialism. Okay. So, observing reality. Okay. Then goes on to say that Marxism is about state-controlled planned economies. I mean, question mark, but okay. And be anti-Western imperialism. Yeah, that's definitely true. So for him, many Middle East countries are socialist by that definition alone. Fascists were socialists, which only gives more fuels to conservatives. Also, because he rejects dialectical materialism is also why he hates trans, why he thinks it's just Marxist philosophy. Yeah, it's just turning into nonsense, right? Like, it's just becoming more and more unhinged. And the reason why it's becoming more and more unhinged is because you're not rooting what you're saying or thinking in something that's real. Right? Like, if you decouple yourself from the process of observing reality, then you allow non-real thinking into the way you look at the world. Right? You just start to see things, you just basically, whatever bigotry or bias you have inside of yourself, that's what becomes real. Right? Whatever you suspect is real, or whatever you feel is real, or whatever inclination you have, or whatever magical book you believe in, that becomes real. Because you've decoupled yourself from the process of actually analyzing society through the lens of realism, and through the lens of a tangible reality, and through the lens of evidence, through the lens of an actual material analysis. And the moment you decouple yourself from a real material analysis, you can think what you like. Right? You don't need to have reasons for why you think the way you think. The moment you decouple yourself from reality. And that's basically what these guys are saying to me. Yeah, communists provide incentives to work, like you won't be part of unions or any important decision. You won't be very attracted to communist women. And if you have things, everyone knows you stole them. What? Sorry, CH. I don't understand that comment at all. I don't really give a shit about Maupin. Like, I don't think that this guy is very relevant anymore. Like, I think that there was a moment where he might have been relevant, but I just don't think he's going to be a relevant person anymore. Because, like, he's going down this, like, very clear wacko line. Like, one of the things that's actually, like, the far right is very persuasive, especially in America, that once you kind of get a taste for the wealth and the power and the influence that the far right can offer you, you can just be swayed by it, right? Like, you can rationalize it to yourself that the things that you think make sense, when the truth is that you just want to have sex with hot women and want to drive fast cars. Bugattis, right? Just basic Andrew Tate bullshit. And like, I think it's just very easy to see that there are many people in the discourse and in the conversation who can have just a modicum of wealth put in front of them. Just a modicum of it. Forget about, like a suitcase full. Forget about like billions and billions of, like, forget about all of that. Just like a modicum of comfort, just a little bit of wealth, a little bit of notoriety, and they're willing to completely betray the most basic of principles, as if they had principles in the first place. And I think we're seeing that over and over again. Like the most obvious case of it is Dave Rubin, right? Like, he's not really relevant anymore. He's like literally watching South Park videos for views and shit now. Like, he's not a very relevant voice in the conversation because even the people he's on side with understand that he's a fraud. But like, he was one of these guys who was like, I was a liberal and now I'm a conservative and here's why. But it's so obvious that he's just bought. Like, he just made it too clear to everybody. And and so when you have no principles, right, you can just go where the money is. Well, I think there's a lot of people that are doing that. And I don't think it's as clear cut for a lot of people. Like, in Dave Rubin's case, I really do think that it literally was he was given a deal and he took it. Right? But I think that there's a lot of people who can just walk into a room where there is wealth and power and be swayed by it and start to change their tune. It's the reason why churches build these gigantic buildings, these gigantic stone Gothic cathedrals, so that when you walk into the town square, you go, okay, I know who's in charge. I understand where the power center is. And if I want to be part of that power center, I'm going to talk the way that the people in power talk. And that's the way the system works. And that's the structure of power. And that's how people, quote unquote, climb the hierarchy. And I can really understand how a guy like Maupin would just get tired. Right? Like, do you guys think that this work that I'm doing is not tiring? Like, do you not think that it's exhausting to kind of live in this state of poverty, to live in this state of constant grinding away at this, where I have no capital to be able to advertise? I've got no way to actually expand myself or extend outside of just simply doing it. Yeah, it's grinding. And it can grind away at you, and it will especially grind away at you if you have no principles. If you have no principles, if you stand on nothing, if there's no foundation to anything that you're saying, then eventually you're just going to go, man, I could just live in a nice place with some hot women. It just sounds like what Maupin's done. Right? It's what Stephen Bunnell has done. It's what Ian did. Ian, whatever his fucking name is, Vosh. Right? With these cartoon names that they use. Like, so that's why we need to be constantly, like, suspicious. Like, I take a look at a guy like Midwestern Marx, for example. Eddie. Right? Ian Kaczynski. Yeah. Midwestern Marx in that organization, right? Like, I constantly am taking a look at this guy. And even though right now he's talking a decent game, although he is like one of these mega communist types, we should reach out to the right wing kind of people. Even though, like, how do you think that's going to go? I just put a short video in the Discord, a news piece about municipal politicians getting ridiculous severance packages. Yeah, of course. Like, that's the plan. That's the wheel. That's the system of extraction. Right? Like, that's it. It's just going to get obvious. Like, it's just going to get really obvious. And it is getting obvious. Like, here's a great example from Surviving Tomorrow. If you think Airbnb is destroying affordable housing, this corporation just said, hold my beer. How's this for some AI generated art right here? Check this. Check out this. This is actually pretty decent AI art right here. You can tell it's AI art though. Look at this guy. Although it's pretty like this here, I think is probably photoshopped, right? Ross McKittrick is the guy that we were talking about in this Financial Post article. I just did like an hour on him. Hold on. I lost it. Here we go. We've talked about it many times before. Like all other for-profit landlorders, Airbnbs boost the cost of rent and the price of houses for everyone, because they hoard and financialize housing, murdering the human right to shelter on the altar of compounding parasitic passive profits. 1. Working people just can't compete on buying a house when they're up against a landlorder who can earn, quote-unquote, earn $50K a year off the same unit. 2. As more and more worker income goes to landlorders as rents and banksters and mortgage interest, there's less money to spend in the real economy, meaning fewer jobs and worse pay. Throughout history, for-profit landlording has ground the real economy to a halt, and this time will be no different. Several years ago, I warned that we're now living in a real game of Monopoly, and that pretty soon all the homes would become hotels. I warned that if civilization didn't ban Airbnb and for-profit landlording, soon we'd see predator investment funds buying up family homes and turning them into illegal hotels, driving more people into homelessness and everyone else into more housing hardship. Well, it happened. Wander, a high-end Airbnb knockoff, just launched Wander REIT, the world's first and only institutional-grade vacation rental real estate investment trust. To add insult to injury, ignore any corporation that says they're democratizing investment. The Wander REIT is only for accredited investors, aka hyper-wealthy people and billion-dollar hedge funds. In case you're wondering what humanity's future holds in store for you, it looks a lot like Airbnb and Wander and Harrington House. Unless we ban for-profit landlording, humanity's future is rent by the week room shares with algorithmic surge pricing. It's how you end up in this. 10,200 post-tax dollars per year. Turn human shelter into an investment equals prices go up. Rent prices go up, housing hardship hits billions, homeless hits billions. We're just getting started. Wait until this compounds. Mammonomics must be destroyed. Or this, 13,200 post-tax dollars per year for a furnace room. Please understand this is only the beginning. Landlorders will not stop until they are stopped. Mammonomics is satanic. I gotta tell you, I'm loving mammonomics as a term. I'm actually upset that I didn't think of it first. Because I've used mammon as a term for like mammon money. I've said that kind of shit before. Mammonomics. It was right there. The whole fucking time, you guys. I'm bummed. I'm upset. Or this. Landlorder making $22.8K per bedroom per year. How can we expect working people to afford homes when landlorders can rake in that kind of cash and outbid them? We can't. Landlorders won't stop until they are stopped. End the demonic investmentification of human shelter. Write this in your journal and circle back in a few days. In our lifetime, people will be slaving to rent units, rooms, and beds by the month, week and night, thanks to AI algorithmic surge pricing systems. Because the market gets the final word. Your voice doesn't matter. Capital has spoken. In case I'm not making myself clear, vacation rental REITs are only the start. Wander and its ilk will continue to compound and eventually go public or get acquired by bigger entities, until all the houses on Earth are owned by a handful of centra-trillion-dollar investment funds. There will be more widespread homelessness, more mass housing hardship, zero community rootedness, and elevated endless struggle for the bottom 99%. The math is clear. You will own absolutely nothing by 2050. The corporatocracy's goal is assetless serfdom for the masses. It's basically unstoppable at this point. But nothing changes until we find a way to eradicate for-profit landlording. Do your part by divesting of banking stocks, REITs, and rental properties, and stop using Wander and Airbnb. If you can't make the world a better place, at least try to stop making it materially worse. It's ironic that the world's first vacation rental REIT is called Wander. Corporations want you to be a rootless wanderer, a permanent economic refugee, an ever off-balance gypsy that they can exploit for underpaid gig work and overprice rents on everything you need to survive. Divide and conquer is the world's business model. You are a serf in training, and don't you forget it. Jake, my beautiful summer child. Jake. You've been here a little bit, Jake, for a few moments, and you seem like a nice fella. Right? You seem like a nice guy. You're not coming in here with your big cock swagger and trying to tell me what's going on. Right? You seem to just be like interjecting a comment here and there, right? Asking a question here and there, so I'm going to be nice to you. Because you seem like a nice fellow. All right? Capitalism is in no way a voluntary relation. You have to pay for food. You have to pay for shelter. If you cannot pay for food and shelter, you do not get food and shelter. It's sort of odd, but it does seem to be the case that I have to actually say aloud that if you don't get food and shelter, you will die. The universe has decreed it to be the case that if you don't eat food and if you live out in the elements, you will probably die. So capitalism leverages this requirement bestowed upon us by the universe and uses it as a weapon against the populace so that we will exchange our labor for food and shelter in a process of wage slavery. We go to work for capitalists. They give us little paper dollars. We take those little paper dollars and we give them directly back to the capitalists in exchange for food and shelter. That is the arrangement. To describe such a thing as voluntary, I find to be a little bit strange, odd, unusual. Very clearly, very straightforwardly, food and shelter are withheld from the populace unless they work for it. They are not permitted to get access to the land. They're not permitted to get access to make themselves independent. In communism, will we have food and shelter without working? Historically, under communism, the degree that you need to work in order to gain access to food and shelter is made equivalent to the production of that food and shelter, right? So, for example, in the Soviet Union, the highest amount that a room could be rented for was 4% of a person's income, or 5% of a person's income, right? Imagine only spending 5% of your income on rent, and that was pegged by law. That's the amount, and it can never be higher. Right? That obviously under communism, there are concessions that need to be made to reality. Material reality exists. Units degrade. People need to repair them. Food needs to be grown. Right? There's a certain amount of labor that just needs to be put into the basic production. But once that is done, we don't need surplus. Right? One of the features of capitalism is its proclivity to overproduce and then waste. We throw away 40% of our food, for example. Right? We overproduce, create fake markets to create false scarcity, to jack prices up, and then end up throwing away about 40% of our food throughout that process. So it's extremely wasteful. It's extremely taxing in terms of its labor on the populace. And then the people who get the value of that labor and the profits are in no way connected to the labor market at all. They're just the shareholder class. And they end up getting 90% of the profits that they take and they pocket and they put, and they just steal away so that they can go to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island or something. So the idea that communists have is, sure, we have to do a certain amount of labor to produce and maintain food and shelter and the systems of food and shelter. But once that's done, we don't need to do more. Right? Like, once everybody's fed and everybody's in shelter and everything's taken care of, then we don't need to do extra. Right? And what that does is it actually frees people's productivity to actually focus on more meaningful things. So instead of having people overproducing and then just wasting their productivity, which is what we do, they produce what needs to be produced, which frees their time up to pursue other things, which is exactly what happens. In capitalism, we work 8 hours a day, waste 40% of the food, but it's not because there aren't hungry people. Yeah, exactly. It's not even that effective of a system. There are still hungry people, so it's not succeeding at its objective in the first place. So we've got all this overproduction and all this waste, and there are still hungry people. There's many of them currently. They are wasted because they aren't bought. Yeah, because the only reason food is created is for profit. It's not created to feed people. Feeding people is just a side mechanism, right? Like they're not interested in giving food to people who don't have any. So assuming we keep the same level of production in order to feed everybody, we would work 8 hours. I mean, hypothetically, but it pays to remember that most of the food market's a tough one to talk about because the food market was like largely automated in a single generation, right? It used to be that 80%, approximately 80% of the workforce, like in my father's generation, my dad's generation, 80% of the workforce worked in agriculture, right? At least my grandfather's generation. So the silent generation, boomer generation, 80% of the workforce worked in agriculture to produce the food for the nation, right? Now it's 5%. That's a dramatic shift. That is an enormous, dramatic shift. And it's the reason why the Gen X millennial generations were told to pursue their dreams and get into get into the universities and get into this kind of stuff, because everybody knew we weren't going to be able to go into agriculture. The system of agriculture had been automated. Enormous combines and enormous machines. And now we literally have remote-controlled combines. We've got drones and shit. Like we're still perfecting the system of automation in order to automate our agriculture. And did the workers see the benefit of any of that? Sure, we got our leisure time. Like we were told to go pursue other things, and we went into university systems and we went into other systems. But we didn't get the surplus value produced from the agricultural system after it was automated. That's why this whole AI revolution that everybody's talking about, robotics revolution, is going to completely fuck over the working class. Because just like the system of automation that happened in the agricultural sector, we are going to be chased out of it and excluded from it. We are not going to see the benefits of that in our own personal lives. We're going to be told to get a better job. That's what we're going to be told. And so what happened in the wake of that is that initially a bunch of people went into manufacturing, and that manufacturing became the sector where people found refuge in, making stuff, doing stuff. Well, that got deindustrialized since the 80s. All of that got shipped overseas, right? We deindustrialized our nation and shipped all of our manufacturing over to China, right? Built their economy. So where did people actually go to get work? Because it's not like we got a basic income. It's not like we got access to food and shelter, right? We were told to get a job. That's what we were told. And so where did we all go? We went into the service sector. And the service sector absolutely exploded. Because somebody had to distribute all this shit that the Chinese were making for us. Somebody had to flip all the burgers. Somebody had to make you ice cream cones. So we suddenly had this enormous service sector show up. And most people went into the service sector. Well, now they're automating that. And where do we go now? And so it's just a population that's constantly lurching from one job to the next. And every time they lurch from one job to the next, the wage goes down. And it gets harder and harder to actually make enough to feed your family. And it gets harder and harder, generation by generation. To the point where it's absolutely predictable, and it's absolutely trackable, and you can see it. And I think that this actually captures it pretty cleanly. Right? 1960s. Couple, 4 children, house. 1970s. Couple, 3 children, gigantic mansion, big house. 1980s. 2 people, 2 kids, smaller house. 1990s. Couple, 1 child, apartment. 1910s. Couple, a dog, apartment for rent. 2020s. Couple, cat, they need a roommate. In the 1980s, there was a show that was on television called Married with Children. Al Bundy was a minimum wage worker working in a shoe store in a mall. He was a shoe salesman. He had a wife at home that did not work. He had 2 children who did not have jobs. He had a broken down vehicle, and they took regular vacations, and they lived in a house. And this was considered completely normal in the 1980s. Nobody looked at this and said to themselves, that's unusual. I can't relate with that. So common was that every single other show around that period of time had exactly the same dynamic. The Simpsons had that dynamic. Alf had that dynamic. Single wage earner, stay-at-home mom, 2 to 3 children without jobs, family pet, 1 or 2 cars, regular vacations, pension, security, union, normal. Totally normal. Regular television that people watched and went, that's what life is. Roseanne. And from the 80s until now, that dynamic has become complete and total fantasy. A total farce. If you were to release a show now with that family dynamic, it would be incomprehensible to people. They would have no idea what you were talking about. And when they do release shows that have that dynamic, something like Modern Family springs to mind, it's very obvious from the outset that these people are extremely rich. Literally, the guy that played Al Bundy is in the show Modern Family, and he is rich. So they're a rich family in the 1%, and the quote-unquote nuclear family looks like Homer Simpson. So to live like Homer Simpson, you need to be filthy rich. And also to point out that the show Modern Family is also complete and total fantasy porn. As the single wage earner in the nuclear family was a realtor in the midst of a housing crash. So it's complete and total fantasy porn. Completely unhinged from reality in the first place. And this trajectory that you're seeing directly in front of your face right now is continuing. That soon it's going to say 2030 and those two people are going to be in the street. They will not be able to find accommodation. That's the trajectory. Add another bar at the bottom, 2 kids, no pet, homeless. That's where they're going. So don't you dare, as kind as you seem to be, and as nice as you seem to be, don't you dare say in my chat ever again that the system of capital is voluntary. We're working so we don't starve. Full stop and period. And they're doing everything they can to make starvation one day closer. And soon it'll be today. That's the trajectory of capitalism. It is a wage slave system. And when they don't need the slaves, they'll just cut you loose. And you'll become a freelance slave or a gig worker, as they call it today. It's a system of extraction and abandonment. Yeah, Marcus, good to see you, by the way. We see much worse housing shortages in metropolitan and coastal areas here in the U.S. The middle of the country is the only place you can comfortably raise a family. Like, there are pockets, right? Like, there are rural areas, like Midwest. If you're willing to live a very rural lifestyle, right, I think that you can get away with this kind of stuff. But, like, dude, with what's going to happen with climate change, like, the coasts are going to become a total disaster, right? The coasts are just going to become a complete and total disaster. Like, I actually don't know what's going to happen in terms of, like, a housing market or any of that kind of stuff. Like if they're standing here saying now, like, oh, we don't have enough supply to accommodate the people we have. Well, what's going to happen when huge sections of major metropolises and major cities are just underwater? Or if not underwater, certainly, like, being flooded with regularity, right? Like, what's going to happen when the New York subway system becomes unusable? Like, to me, that's going to be a huge one. That's going to be a huge, huge, huge moment. Think about how many movies are set in New York. Think about how prominent New York features as an icon of America. That New Yorkers and like New Yorkerism, New York City, the Big Apple, right? It's up to you, New York, New York. Like, this is an icon. And when climate change really, really starts to kick off, New York is going to get completely fucked over. Completely fucked over. And nobody is doing anything about it. It's going to be an enormous disaster. And I think that the United States government is preparing itself for that disaster by essentially turning to martial law. Thanks, Watson. Good to see you, by the way, bud. coming in to critique my Sinatra impression. I wasn't really trying to do a Sinatra impression. I just wanted to sing New York, New York. And then the moment I started, I was like, the algorithm's gonna demonetize me. And so I like tried to change it. Also, Watson, hey, fuck you. How about that? How about that? Yeah, that's what these cop cities are about. These cop cities are all about this. Like one of the most major cop cities is happening in Atlanta, near Atlanta, Georgia. Right? They're getting ready for Florida to not be inhabitable. Right? That Florida is just going to become uninhabitable. And so everyone's going to flee north into Georgia, right? So that's where they're putting one of the largest cop cities because they know that's where the largest amount of disruption is going to happen. So when Atlanta, Georgia gets flooded with Miami Gusanos and people who are fleeing the catastrophe, there'll be a bunch of cops there to maintain order. We got to maintain order. Jake writes, how do you foresee communism being any better than Northern Europe? Isn't food, shelter, free education, healthy, good infrastructure, work-life balance all we need? So I assume, Jake, you're asking about like the Scandinavian countries, right? The social democracies, the places people tend to point to as capitalist success stories. I'm going to give you an alternative narrative, okay? Here's my alternative narrative to what actually happened in the Scandinavian capitalist countries. First of all, let's never ignore that these places are still colonial, right? They still extract wealth from colonial nations, right? They're not free from that. They're not independent in that regard. So a lot of the wealth that they have is because they extracted it from colonies, right? That they too also sent ships abroad to Africa, to the New World, right? To enslave populations and extract resources to send back to the motherland, right? So that's true of the Scandinavian nations as it is true of England, France, Spain, right? Portugal. All of these European nations are guilty of colonialism to one degree or another. So let's not pretend as though that doesn't exist in the Scandinavian nations. But even with that, it is true that these social democracies of the Netherlands, Finland, right, that they have managed to implement social reforms, right? That the populace has managed to gain concessions from the capitalist class. Well, they didn't gain those concessions because the capitalists were nice. They gained concessions because their neighbors literally overthrew their government and implemented a communist country, the Soviet Union, right? Directly beside Finland, is it Finland or is it Norway? Let's bring up the map. Let's really drive this home. Finland, I was right. Here's Finland, Sweden, Norway, right? The big three that everybody talks about when they talk about the social democracies of Northern Europe, right? There's Moscow. Here's the former Soviet Union. Literally overthrew this country, overthrew its monarchy, and implemented a communist society. What the West would call a communist dictatorship, because jerk off. Post-World War I, communism was taking over factories all throughout Europe. I'm reading a book right now called The Capital Order, which has very thoroughly gone through the history of Italy's labor movement post-World War I, and it's basically communists taking over factories, right? Pre the rise of Mussolini. Communists were taking over factories in Germany. Communists were taking over factories in Poland. Communists were uprising all throughout Europe. The Soviet Union literally overthrew its government. The same thing is happening in Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Communists are rising up and threatening the capitalists with overthrow. And the capitalist response to this, capitalists historically have two responses. Response number one, fund Hitler, fund Mussolini, arrange concentration camps, cleanse your societies of communists with gas chambers and firing squads. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is to give concessions. Is to simply say, hey, whoa, we're not interested in oppression. We're not interested in being an oppressive class. We're in this together. Hey, we're all buddy, here. Yeah. Like maybe there's been an imbalance, but we can redress that imbalance. Yeah. So here, have days off. Here, have a higher wage. Here, we'll spread the wealth around a little bit more. Sure, just we're in control, right? We have the means of production, right? We don't actually have to work in the factories, right? We just have the deed to the factory. You do all the work, we continue doing nothing, but you get time off, right? And they took it. They took the concessions, right? The same thing happened in America, incidentally. That's what the New Deal actually was. It was just concessions from capital to the working class during a revolutionary moment. Since then, the United States has successfully regressed the New Deal legislation. Not all the way, but for the most part. And so, this legislation has maintained itself in Finland, Sweden, and Norway because every single time anybody stands up and tries to regress it, the entire place goes into lockdown and they have a huge strike. Right? But mark my words. I've said this to people who live in Finland and Sweden and Norway. There is going to be a moment where you're going to let your guard down. There's going to be a generation that gets successfully propagandized, where the propaganda makes it into the school system, or some other sinister mode comes into your country, and they successfully convince an entire generation that the best way to build a civil society is to destroy it, which is libertarianism. And the people will go along with it, and they'll lose everything that they gained through the communist labor struggle and the threat of communist overthrow. That's how social democracies actually get erected. They don't get erected because a bunch of capitalists go, oh, we can bestow goodness upon our people. Let us help the working people. They do it because the working people are outside their door saying, if you don't do it, we're going to come in there and then you'll be gone and then we'll do it anyway. So just do it. That's how it actually works. So if you are pointing at the social democracies of Finland, Sweden, or Norway as a capitalist success story, my response is you have communism to thank for that. So they have quite achieved what we call an ideal life, and we, based on their steps, can combine a strong state, wealth, productivity, and distribution. Yeah, that's the idea, but I think that there's a lot of like Bernie Sanders-esque social democrats who have deluded themselves into believing that the capitalists are just going to do it. That it's just about voting for the right guy and we'll get that guy into power. Nope. Like, no. Full stop. Kill that idea in your mind. The capitalists are not going to just bestow things upon you because you asked for it. Because you voted for a guy. It's not how it works. It's never how it has ever worked. In human history, let alone capitalist history. The only time powerful people concede anything to the working class is when the working class is outside their door. And not a moment sooner. Is when the state apparatus, i.e. the police and the military, has become exhausted. When they're no longer able to withstand the throng of a thumping populace at their door and on their shields and on their helmets. When they become restless themselves and disloyal themselves. And eventually there are moments where the ruling class will tell the police or the military to clear the rabble out, and they won't. And that's usually when these things pivot. That's usually when they go. Because the ruling class only really actually has one powerful piece on the board, which is the force they exert through the state. Armed men with weapons. And once those armed men with weapons are no longer willing to thump heads for you, and once the threat of the rabble coming into your house becomes significant, that's when concessions get put on the table, and not a day earlier. Billionaire bourgeoisie love donating billions and generate jobs. Okay, let's dismantle this garbage. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Jake. So let's start with the donating billions. Billionaire philanthropy is a scam. It is a complete and total and utter scam. Do you know who they're donating their wealth to? They are donating their wealth to themselves. They are donating their wealth to themselves. Very famously, Bill Gates created the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is set up as a charity, but runs as a business. Bill and Melinda Gates use this charity as a tax shelter for their wealth so that they don't have to pay taxes on the billions they've extracted from the populace, and pretend as though what they're running is a charity when what they are actually running is a business. Jeff Bezos does this, Warren Buffett does this, Elon Musk does this, they all do this. It's a tax avoidance scheme. That's all it ever is, and it's all it was ever meant to be. Calling it charity is just a propaganda term that people fall for. Right, they've got to do something. Right? Like, they can't do nothing. Right? Like, the capitalist class could literally eradicate hunger. And it wouldn't actually be that expensive. Oxfam, I believe, did a whole thing on it. Or did a whole report on it. It wouldn't actually cost that much money to eliminate hunger from the planet. And it wouldn't be that difficult to do. Why don't they do it? Because the system of capital requires it. They need people to be in total desperation. They need there to always be someone lower on the totem pole so that they can use that person as an example to terrorize the person who's slightly higher on the totem pole. Like, just because... Here's a great example, Jake, why you're getting the response that you're getting. No, I think Jake is here in good faith, XD. And I haven't seen any, like, overt Nazism. Or homophobia or transphobia or any of that. Here's a really good example of why we don't take this very seriously, okay? The United States is currently committing a genocide in Gaza. They are funding Israel, and they are committing a genocide in that region, 100%. Well, about 2 weeks ago, they flew over and dropped some aid packages on the Gazans. So that means the genocide's okay, right? It's over now? What, they gave some charity, right? Charitable goods. That our argument is that sure, they may have distributed a few packages, but they are largely to blame for what is going on. They are causing the crises that we are seeing. They are the problem. And them distributing a couple of packages does not absolve them of their sins. that resolving the crisis that they are generating would. But they don't. And why not? Because they benefit from it. It makes them rich to keep people poor and hungry. That's the point. The thing about social democracy and socialism is that social democracy, we know it works. Well, I mean, it works because of the threat of overthrow from communism. Like, that's how it actually works. It works because anytime they try to regress anything, the whole country goes on strike, right? It works because of mobile direct action. That's how it works. Right? That's how the whole thing works. Yeah, so your father is a small business owner. My father was also a small business owner, right? He ran it started as a tractor wrecking business where they took parts off tractors, and then they started to do diesel tractor repair. Had probably about 10 to 15 men hired at one point, right? And then it had to change as neoliberalism set in and destroyed his business. He had to move to just parts distribution. Couldn't get anybody hired anymore. Had to lay everybody off because he couldn't actually support the repair business anymore because all that got shipped overseas as we deindustrialized. He became parts distribution until he retired. So I'm well aware that there are small business owners and small businessmen who are just trying their best, who are good, well-meaning people, who have no real analysis of what's going on in their society, right? Who are not bad people, but they are operating in a bad system. And I think that's important to remember. Like, oftentimes people can hear me speak and they will think, this guy's going after my dad. No. I am going after the system your father is in, as well as the people who own your father. The people who own the banks, who own the hedge funds, the people who own the highest level of our society, the real capitalists. According to the literature, your dad would be considered petite bourgeoisie or petty bourgeoisie, right? A person who is an owner-operator. A person who has a dream of becoming a capitalist, but who is not himself a capitalist. Yeah. And this is often the case, Watson, because I think they've dedicated their life to the pursuit. Right? It's important to remember the petty bourgeoisie types are the true believers in the capitalism equals freedom mantra. And I think to a large degree, like when I take a look at my own family and I take a look at the other people in my life who have operated this way, they kind of have to hold on to that just to maintain their own sanity, I think. They have to grab a hold of that. They have to believe that what they're pursuing has meaning and legitimacy. And they have to really hold on to that. That they're and what they have is this great hero's journey, and they have this great opportunity in front of them, and they're working towards this thing, and we're building something here. Well, I watched my grandfather sacrifice his whole entire life in the pursuit of building that business before he died of cancer, basically the year he retired. And then I watched my dad decline that business and turn around and sell all the property and shut it all down because it was no longer profitable because of the deindustrialization of this country. That capitalism as a force does not give a fuck about your petite bourgeoisie desires. It will absolutely come by and it will absolutely slice you apart. And it will tell you it's good that it happened. Mr. on Twitch. When Putin is gone, a new leader will come, a strong leader, a Stalin. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Putin. Post-Putin. That's going to be a very interesting time. Like, there's going to be some very interesting things that happen. Like, post-Putin, post-Xi Jinping, there's going to be some interesting dynamics that come into play. I think it'll be less stable in Russia and more stable in China. I think that Xi Jinping is going to leave behind a strong legacy, and that the people who come behind Xi Jinping will probably continue his legacy. I think that's pretty clear and pretty straightforward. Russia will be different, I think. I think there'll be like a power struggle, and there'll be like a vacuum to fill, and it'll be more adversarial and more raucous, I think, and less predictable. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I do tend to think that you're correct. I think that the Russians are looking for a strong leader. I think that Putin is going to be seen. Putin's going to be seen as a very interesting figure in Russian history, I think. And he is an interesting figure, given his his desires meeting with reality and his need to kind of shift and change and be agile. I think Putin will be seen as a very agile leader for sure. Like he had his own desires and his own wishes, and it didn't happen, but he had other plans. So he wasn't. I think he'll be seen as very intelligent. Maybe even wise, if history wants to be kind. And he definitely was a pivotal moment, a pivotal time in Russia's history. And I think that Russia is now ready for post-Putin. I think that what Russians are really going to be looking for is a strong leader, a strong, powerful leader. And I think a Stalin type is not a bad figure to bring up in the context of Russian history for this moment in this time. So we'll see. I'm always going to keep a sharp eye on that. I have no idea who it might be at this point. That's the thing. Like in in China, there are a couple of people, right? Like you take a look at Xi Jinping's inner circle, right? I don't know their names off the top of my head, but look at Xi Jinping's inner circle. It'll probably be one of those guys, right? And it's like not. It'll be one of those guys for a term, maybe two, and then it'll be another guy. Right. And then after maybe like 15 years, there might be somebody who arises who actually says, okay, so we had Mao, and then we had the Dengist period, and then we had the Xi Jinping period. Now it's time to pivot and move China in a new direction. And we might be alive to see that happen. And I'm here for it. I'm definitely fascinated by that. I think that China is a fascinating place with a fascinating governmental system and a fascinating culture. And so we'll really see how that all shakes out. And I'm so happy that I'm doing this kind of commentary while that's gonna happen, because that's real politics, right? I don't pay that much. You guys watch my show, right? How much commentary do I do on the day-to-day operations of the United States government? How much electoral coverage do I do? How much commentary do I do on what even happens in the Canadian Parliament? Right? How much coverage do I do of any of that? Almost zero. Right? Why? Because it's a theater. Because it's a show. And the point of this show is to dismantle the theater. Is to disillusion you. Is to raise the falseness from your eyes and show you that it's fake and that there's nothing to it. But what's happening in Russia and what's happening in China, that's fucking politics, baby. There's some real politics happening in those countries. So when it starts to happen, and when you get these destabilizing moments, changes in leadership are a very destabilizing moment in countries. Very, very destabilizing moment. And I mean a real change in leadership. I don't mean a change from one capitalist guard to another capitalist guard. I mean a real change in leadership. Are very destabilizing moments. And so I'm definitely going to keep my hands on it. Putin is easily the most consequential leader of the first quarter of the century. No one got handed less and did more. I mean, I think the most fascinating thing about Putin is that his goal was to join the EU. His goal was to shore up an alliance with Europe, to join the EU, to join the G20, to join the G8, which he succeeded, and to join NATO. That was his goal. He came into office with the belief that that was the trajectory of his country, and that's where he was going to go. And through the process of like the 30 years he's been in power, he had to change his mind. And he had to change his tune, and he had to send Russia in another direction. I think that's fascinating. I think that is fascinating. That really shows, and he's been successful. I think that's absolutely wild. He's been successful. He's won every war he fought, right? He's won every war he fought. I think he's been a very successful leader. And he's been very good for Russia. And he's been very agile. And he's been very capable. He's a very capable leader. And he's not rushing into things. He's not making boneheaded decisions with bluster. I think he really cares about Russia. And I think that's what it really comes down to, is that Putin, I don't think, is an ideologue. Like, maybe you could look at his East Orthodox faith, right? Maybe you could take a look at a guy like Dugin and be like, okay, cool. So like maybe Putin's tuning into this kind of stuff. But I think ultimately Putin is a realist. And his allegiance at the end of the day is to Russia. And when he looks at his own legacy, he cares about how he is going to fit in to the legacy of Russia. And I got to tell you, I think that history is going to be very kind to Putin. I think that people are going to look at Putin historically and be like, he really did work for the people of Russia. And sure, he didn't like dismantle the bourgeoisie, and he didn't erect a communist state, and he didn't have that whole thing. Because I don't think he cared for that or cared to do that. But I think he made strong decisions. Like if he was a capitalist leader here in Canada, I think that I would care more for the system of capital. But I think that the system of capital can't generate a guy like Putin. You guys are writing interesting stuff. To expect humans make good choices all the time and to work collectively is difficult. Explains why humans have made advanced weaponry, yet fought for eons. Yeah, true. There were factional disagreements with the Bolshevik Party. However, adherence to actual Marxist theory and dialectic method tends to work things out for the better. I tend to agree with that. Like, root what you're doing in reality, right? Like, that's just the bottom line. Just take a look at reality, use the method of observing reality, acknowledge that reality exists, work from there. Jake writes, while Africa is poor, the African countries rank the highest in inequality. While we do have huge bank owners and hotel chains, we also have starving people. Yeah, that's a feature of capitalism, right? And the history of colonization, right? Like, I don't know what country. Oh, sorry, dude. You're from Ghana. That's so fucking stupid. I was about to be like, I don't know what country you're from, Jake. It's in the name. Like, we don't need to look up the Wikipedia article, right? Like, Ghana is a French colony, right? Like, it's got the history of colonization. A lot of the wealth that Ghana generates likely goes to the French, right? I don't know if that's... Here, let's actually do it. I love this. I love looking at the history of places. And so the wealth inequality that you are looking there is a feature of capitalism, right? That's a feature of it. Oh, was it an English colony? My mistake. Yep. So let's learn. Earliest kingdoms. Here, we don't need to know about the medieval kingdoms. Yep, European contact and colonization. Akin European states. Contact with the Portuguese. European contact was by the Portuguese people. So we were both wrong. European traders, including Swedes, the Swedish gold, the Danish gold course. European traders participated in the Atlantic slave trade in this area. So everybody had their finger in the pot. Great Britain established control over some parts of the countries, assigning these areas the status of the British Gold Coast. Military engagements occurred between British colonial powers and Akan nation states. The Kingdom of Ashanti defeated the British sometime in the 100-long Anglo-Ashanti Wars, eventually lost the War of the Golden Stool in 1900. Dude, Ghana. 1947, the newly formed United Gold Coast Convention, led by the Big Six, were 6 leaders of the United Gold Coast Convention, one of the leading political parties of the British colony of the Gold Coast. Okay. The party initiated a positive action campaign involving non-violent protests, strikes, non-cooperation with the British authorities. I love this history, man. This history is so awesome. Right? Like, there's parts of it that are completely predictable. Like, anytime I start talking about an African nation, I'm like, okay, so who owned you during the colonial period? It's like the first thing that we should be talking about if you want to get into the modern period. And so, in the Gold Coast general election, Nkrumah, no, sorry, I put a B in there. Nkrumah was arrested, sentenced 1 year imprisonment. In the Gold Coast general election, he was elected to Parliament, released from prison. He became the Prime Minister in 1952. So, is this actually a story of somebody actually being elected for an independence campaign and then that actually being what happened? It wasn't like a kingdom got put together, like the Kingdom of Bongo or something? Like what happened in Gabon? Yeah, Nkrumah led an authoritarian regime in Ghana, so he passed laws and expected them to be followed. As he repressed political opposition, the CIA attempting to overthrow him, and conducted elections that were not free or fair, so says the CIA. In 1964, a constitutional amendment made Ghana a one-party state, with Nkrumah as president for life. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we're no longer throwing shade. Now it's straight up just like, here we go. Here's this guy, president for life. First African head of state to promote the concept of Pan-Africanism, which had been introduced during his studies at Lincoln University. He merged the teachings of Garvey Martin Luther King Jr., naturalized Ghanaian scholar, W.E.B. Du Bois, into formation of 1960s Ghana. This guy sounds like a baller. His life achievements were recognized by Ghanaians during the centenary birthday celebration. The day was instituted as a public holiday in Ghana. This guy sounded like a total baller. I bet you the reason why this guy was like, no, I'm the president for life, fuck you, CIA. I bet that's what it was. That he was just like, no, if we have elections, it'll just be the CIA coming in, putting in color revolutionaries, putting in people to try to reinstate the colonial period. Fuck all that. I'm the leader. And the Ghanaians were probably just like, sure. Like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, Jake, come on. Come on, Jake. Where's your revolutionary spirit? Come on, Jake. Don't be an apologist for the English Empire, my man. Don't be an apologist for the British. Come on. You know, the British did some good things too, you know. Jake. It's hard for me to hate on you, bro, because, I mean, you live in the place, right? But, like, come on, man. If I can hate on the British, you can hate on the British. I give you permission, okay, Jake? This is between you and me. This is a pact we are now currently forging. You are now, to this day forward, allowed to hate on the British. Henceforth. We got a fellow in on Twitch, La Trumas, Finland join NATO and next be Ukraine during Putin left in leadership. And Chinese communists destroy Taiwan already. Bro. That was like a word salad. Okay, Finland joins NATO. Yeah, dude, I cannot believe that they're doing that. It's such a dumb idea. Like, it's such a bad idea for Finland to join NATO. Like, it's bad for them. It's a bad idea. Like, I don't know why they're not just sticking with neutrality and just being like, yeah, whatever you guys want to do, fucking crazy nut jobs. Like, just stay out of it. Like, Russia's not looking at you. No, Ukraine is definitely not joining NATO. Right? Finland join NATO and next be Ukraine. There is a 0% chance that Ukraine is joining NATO. It's just not possible. Right? Like, Russia is literally wrecking Ukraine right now over that very thing. And Russia has essentially won the war in Ukraine. Like, there's no coming back for the Ukrainians, right? There's no coming back for NATO. They can't get boots on the ground. They can't do anything about it, right? Like I showed a video of Zelensky and Macron having a phone conversation about and Zelensky was outright saying the Russians are surrounding Kiev. We need to get into negotiations to secure a peace deal here. And the only peace deal that Putin's going to go by is you sign this treaty that says you will never join NATO. Like, it's the only, like, he's never going to do anything. Like, he's not going to accept anything else. Right? And there's a whole slew of things that Putin is going to demand. And Putin's in the position to demand. Like, he's not, like, the Ukrainians are not going to be able to negotiate a good position. Like, at this point, they're just surrendering, right? And when countries surrender, well, they have to sign treaties that have all kinds of demands in them. And you're going to see exactly what that looks like. So the idea that Ukraine is going to join NATO, that's off the table. That's not real. That's not a realistic thing. Yeah, Putin's left in leadership for sure. Chinese communists destroy Taiwan already? No, they haven't. They've sent no military. They've dropped no bombs. There's been no military engagement on Taiwan. Taiwan is perfectly fine. The Chinese 100%, do not want to fight a war over Taiwan. Like, 100%. Like, what the Chinese 100% want to do, one day, what will happen, this is the Chinese vision, okay? They are going to send a delegation to Taiwan. The leader of China, and it will be the leader of China, will float a boat from Quanzhou, right? And they'll probably, I don't even know where the port is. I should tell this story as if I know things. But they'll land on Taiwan. They'll land, and then they'll go up to Taipei, where the royal palace is, and the leader of China will walk into Taipei, probably into the royal palace, like the traditional palace, historically, and they'll look at the Taiwanese leadership, and they'll say, how lovely that we are here in the glorious country of China. And the Taiwanese leadership will go, yes, welcome to the glorious country of China, in the province of Taiwan. We welcome you. And they'll sign some documents, and they'll have some tea, and then the leader of China will go home. That's what the Chinese want. That's how they want that to go. Why has that not already happened? These motherfuckers. These fucking motherfuckers right over fucking here like forever. Like, fucking assholes getting in the way of everything. Back when Mao was taking this place over, it was Truman that kept Mao out of Taiwan. Mao wanted to get into Taiwan and launch some campaigns to try to get Taiwan, but he couldn't. Why? Because Truman had fucking boats. He was just not going to let him. And then there was all the period of warfare that happened all around here, and just all the bombing and all the crazy bullshit that happened on the borders of China. And then finally Nixon shows up in China, Oh, Haru, oh, here we are in China. And they arrange an agreement with one another that says a lot of things, but one of the major things was that, oh, yeah, Taiwan is part of China. And they erected a policy under Nixon, which was respected until the modern era, until Biden, of two systems, one country, or one country, two systems is what they called it. That it was just understood that the Taiwanese were permitted to govern themselves with no Chinese interference. The Chinese were not going to send over a military force. The Chinese were not going to interfere with Taiwan. Taiwan was allowed to operate as though it were independent while understanding that it is not independent, that it is subordinate to China, and that China owns Taiwan, right? One country, two systems. And that's the policy that they've been operating under until this very moment. And it's only under Biden that they've been pretending as though this place is independent, which it isn't. It's obviously part of China. It's where the Chinese ruling class ruled China from during the 100 years of humiliation. And so one day, and I think what's going to happen, right? So the West is going to launch a war because the West is psychopathic, right? They're going to launch a war and they're going to try to destroy a bunch of infrastructure. And when that war ends with a humiliating loss from America, because America doesn't know how to fight wars anymore, right? Because it's just a bunch of old, tired men, China will take Taiwan. And it will be able to do so fairly easily, frankly. Like, China has been building up its military forces specifically to take Taiwan for a long fucking time. And Taiwan does not have the capacity to be able to defend itself from China. The only reason why China doesn't take it is because China has patience. And China's a 4,000-year-old civilization. Like, it doesn't need to pull the trigger, right? Oh, is Jake gone into... Oh, come on, Jake. Come on. Colonization. If it wasn't for colonization, African countries would still be living in mud huts. Like, you ever think that the reason why a lot of Africans were living in mud huts is because they were forced into poverty during the colonial period? Like, come on with this stuff, my man. Yeah. Yeah, Jake, are you some dude in Alabama? Like, come on, man. I mean, there are still mud hut towns and villages in here, though it's mostly urban nowadays. Yeah, there's ghettos here too. Right? We've got tent cities everywhere. Like, basically what you said is as if, well, capitalism is good. People used to just live in tents everywhere. Like, do you think that maybe it's the system of colonization that generated those conditions? Do you think maybe the reason why people were living in mud huts and were living in poverty and were living in those conditions was because of a 500-year period of colonialization? My man. Like, come on. Oh, Jake. I need you to know right now, Jake, you are firmly in white supremacist territory. Like, this is a white supremacist talking point. That, like, now we can actually get real. Okay? Because before we were talking about Africa, we were talking about your home nation, right? So you've got home court advantage. You want to start talking about the First Nations tribes, right? And then you say I'm not a colonization or slavery apologist. Yes, you are. Let's be real clear right now, okay? Black and white, 1 + 1 = 2. You are a colonization and slavery apologist. From what you have said here, that is slavery and colonization apologencia. Forget about what you've said about your own country, right? Saying that about the First Nations people is colonization apologetics to the T. There were hundreds of nations here with systems in place, operating all across the continent, civilizations. The Aztecs, the Mayans, the Inca were literally wiped out in a very short period of time by the Spanish conquistadors and the Spanish invaders. Literally in the space of a single generation, there were multiple civilizations with enormous structures and pyramids, interlaced and interlaid with gold, that were obliterated and wiped off the face of the planet by colonization. How dare you say what you just said? How dare you say that? You illiterate, colonizing apologist. You supporter of mass murdering genocide. How dare you say that? These were people with cultures, with civilizations, with their own societies and their own worldviews. And white people came and destroyed them. How fucking dare you? Get out of here. You are no longer welcome here. Pick up any book, read anything, learn something about your own culture and your own civilization. Don't be such a fucking racist, you loser. Get out of here. Jesus Christ. Colonization was good, actually. It only wiped out entire civilizations and entire cultures. It was only a mass murdering genocide on a scale that human civilization has never seen. The only thing that's even close to comparable is literally the Mongolian Purge. Like, fuck off. You are not welcome here. Jesus. Jesus Christ, we're stupid people, eh? Like, that's just fucking stupid. Just fucking the dumbest shit. People are better off for having had their entire culture exterminated. Like, if you go... Let's take a look. Let's just take a look at it. Let's just take a look at some of these ruins in Peru. Let's look at them. Like, entire cities, right? Entire cities, entire structures. Right, here's Machu Picchu. And according to the records that we have from the Spaniards, all of this was inlaid with gold. All of it. Let's see if we can get, hold on. Peruvian stone art. No. Like, it's just so fucking annoying. Like, it's just so fucking annoying. Like, as if people do not have the right to, the right for self-determination. As if let's say that these people wanted to live in mud huts, as is the fucking claim. So what? They have the right to self-determination. We don't have the right to tell people how to live. We don't have the right to say that we are superior to them. We don't have the right. If we're so superior, they can take a look at what we're doing, and then they can copy it. They can say, oh, that's better. Why don't we do some of that for ourselves? Right? If what we're doing is so goddamn superior, then we should lead by example. and let people look at us and say, oh, wow, we should do some of that for ourselves. We should do some of that for ourselves. Dude, I wonder if there's a walk around video. Hold on. There's gotta be, right? Walk around video Machu Picchu. There's gotta be. I'd be blown away if there wasn't. Yes. No, don't give me like best travel deals. Where's the timestamp? I don't care about the, like, just literally walking around it. This is what's so annoying about capitalism. They're just trying to sell me it. Here you go. I don't need you to sell it to me. I just want to look at it. All right. All right. The idea that people can come in and force their culture, their idea of civilization on another people, and that should be acceptable because we judge the way that they were living as poor or bad, is disgraceful. It's a disgusting position to hold. It's a worldview that completely taints everything that you say and think. It's a supremacist worldview. It's one that says, I know better than the people who are living their own lives. It removes the other person's capacity for self-determination. It eliminates their consent. It's a form of rape. Like, you understand? Do you understand how heinous this fucking shit is? How gross it is? How disgraceful and disgusting it is? Like, brutal. Brutal. This, Latrumas is continuing to write on Twitch. Come on. Latrumas, I'm just going to go out on a limb, Latrumas, and say that English probably not your first language, right? Where are you coming in from, bud? Why bad idea, still Finland is shit Nazi ally. Yeah, there you go. You're on the right side of things. I think it's just a bad idea I think it's a bad idea for Finland to get involved in NATO right after it loses a major conflict. Right? Like you want to be on the winning side. when you're leading a country, when you're a country or a civilization, the wisest you have three choices when conflicts occur. Okay? You've got side A or side B, because there's usually a side A or a side B, generally, right? Or you can attempt to maintain neutrality. Finland had no demand on it from Russia, right? Russia's not looking at Finland. Russia doesn't consider Finland to be like a major antagonist, right? Finland's not interested in getting into a war with Russia, and Russia's not really interested in having a war with Finland. Meanwhile, NATO just had this major conflict with Russia through its proxy in Ukraine, through a proxy war in Ukraine, that Ukraine became the battleground between Russia and NATO. Well, NATO just lost this war. Right? NATO lost. Ukraine's going to sign documents and surrender to Russia. NATO lost. And Finland is joining NATO right after they lose the most major conflict they've had, maybe in their history. Right? They just lost. You're jumping on board with the loser. And historically, traditionally, what happens when military alliances lose wars is that they lose public support and those military alliances fall apart. So Finland is jumping on board with NATO right when they're about to have this major crisis moment and a crisis of faith with itself, and really ask itself, why do we exist as a military alliance if we can't even achieve military objectives together? And especially, why are we a military alliance if we're going to make these moves where we lose? NATO for sure lost. NATO for sure lost. So, Joe, the reason why I say what I say, there was a phone conversation that happened between Zelensky and Macron where Zelensky was talking about surrender. And, like, the writing is on the wall. Like, NATO is going to have to send troops if it wants to continue this conflict. Like, it's not going to, it can't send arms because the Ukrainians don't have the forces to be able to use those arms. They don't have the time to train the Ukrainians in using the arms that they could send them. They can't send them heavy armaments. The Russians have air superiority. They can't send them small arms or small grade weapons. And the Ukrainians, the bottom line is that the Ukrainians don't have the troops. They lost their major defensive position at Adivka. Yeah, I'd be curious to know how many kilometers Ukraine has lost since they lost Adivka as well. I think that's difficult information to get, and there's only really one group that could provide that information, right? And that's Russia, and Russia's not going to be interested in doing that. There's a 0% chance that Russia wants to reveal how much territory it's taken until it's ready, and until it wants to like pull it off, like a, because it doesn't want to give its enemy the potential of counterattack or fighting back at all. So, like, the Ukrainian conflict is all but over. You've got Zelensky talking about surrender to Macron. You've got no more weapons, no more money flowing into Ukraine. Like, I think the Americans just recently sent a little bit more. But really, what Ukraine is suffering from is a loss of manpower and a loss of will to fight. The retreat from Advika should tell you that they've lost the will to fight, and they understand that this is not a winnable war. It's not a winnable conflict. That all that's happening now is that Ukrainians are dying. That's all that's happening now. So the conflict, and so unless NATO does something dramatic, right? Like literally sending like 100,000 troops, 50,000 troops, 10,000 troops, right? Unless they do something dramatic, unless they start like literally dropping bombs, this bitch is over, man. Like, it's not going to pull back into NATO's favor because the people of Europe are not willing to send troops. They're not willing to commit blood. They were willing to commit gold, but they're not willing to commit blood. And so this is a loss for NATO. And in the wake of this loss, Finland is joining NATO? It's just a dumb idea. It's just a bad call. You're getting intertwined into a military alliance that is actually under threat of breaking apart and is actually going to have an existential crisis and is actually going to have members look over at Russia and go, maybe it's better to be with the winner. Maybe it's better to be with the winner. Right? Like, I know that if I'm one of the states that just recently, like, I know that if I'm Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, right? I know if I'm Hungary, right? I know if I'm in this territory here, I'm taking a look at the winner of the conflict, stroking my beard, going, maybe it's better to be with the winner. Maybe it would be better for the people of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Maybe it would be better. Right? Think about the economic benefits. Think about how much easier it would be to just connect in with Russia again. Why are we in this NATO thing? Like, what's this NATO thing actually getting us? We're spending a bunch of money sending it over to NATO so that they can lose wars. You want to spend a whole bunch of money to lose wars? Right? On a just basic, fascist level. Right? On a basic, just like, I admire the powerful. On a basic, just humans sway to power level. You want to be on the side of the winner. And so I'm very surprised to see Finland join a losing alliance. And it's just, I just think it's going to go nowhere for them. Right? I think they're going to lose a whole bunch of money. They're going to send NATO a whole bunch of money. It's going to go into a black hole. And NATO's going to keep losing. Right? And why is NATO going to keep losing? Because the people of Europe, like the people of France, Germany, Spain, Portugal, the United Kingdom, Denmark, Poland, they're not interested in sending troops. They're not interested in fighting these wars. They're interested in funding wars. Well, they're steadily losing on that front. That they're no longer really, like, a lot of the world is up to, it understands what's going on. A lot of the world is caught up to what the strategy of the United States and NATO is. They're going to come into your country. They're going to find the far right group, right? The Nazi level group, right? The Islamic jihadists. They're going to find the militants. They're going to give those people a whole ton of money to overthrow your government. That's what they're going to do. Well, people are wise to this. People are aware of what's going on now. They're not naive anymore. They understand the scope and scale of the threat. And so what NATO is going to have to do, if it wants to continue its strategy of war throughout the world, it's going to have to send its own troops. Well, nobody's going to do that. I'm not. You're not. Where are all these hundreds of thousands of troops that the Americans and the Europeans are going to send to Burkina Faso? Right? Where's the 100,000 troops that are going to go into Burkina Faso and fight that war? Overthrow this guy? Where are they? Where's the militant insurgency? Oh, they're dead. Because the leadership of Burkina Faso killed them. Because they know who they are. And they know it's exactly who the United States is going to fund. Like, countries are getting ahead of the game. Like, China's not going to allow insurgency groups in its border. India's not going to allow insurgency groups into its borders. They're going to have to start sending troops. Oh, NATO general already, nuclear war. Yeah, if things go nuclear, then it's all over, right? Then there's just no rules. Like, there's no such thing as countries. You don't need to worry about, like, what any leader says anywhere. Right? If nukes start dropping, my man, and you manage to survive it, you just live whatever life you'd like to live. There's no such thing as authority. For real. Like, if nukes start dropping, that's the truth. Like, you don't need to respect local law enforcement. You don't need to respect the RCMP. You don't need to respect any of these people if nukes start dropping. There's just no, like, these organizations don't exist anymore. If nuclear bombs start going off. John, where did you hear about Zelensky talking to Macron to surrender? I watched it. I showed it on the stream. Like, I didn't hear about it. I watched it. Zelensky Macron phone call video. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Here, I'll just play it.
Because we are in the circle. I think that nobody is in safety situation now in Kiev. I think so because we are in the circle of Russian army. I think, Emmanuel, it's very important to speak with Putin and very important to make anti-war coalition. We are sure that European leaders and Biden can connect and call him and say stop. He will stop. He will listen to you.
Yeah. Like, and this is like going to be edited and they're going to do stuff to it, but I played the whole thing a few days ago. Yeah, that's fine, Eric. The like I actually think that phone call was probably the most significant moment of the conflict. Well, the retreat from Advika was very big, but this phone call was an enormous moment. Like, this is the historical moment. This is what people will show in the future. When people talk about, like, when was the moment that it was clear that it was over, right? And for us, it's been clear since almost the beginning that Russia was going to win this thing, right? Well, the moment that Westerners will point to is this phone conversation. When Zelensky and Macron had a conversation, it was filmed and it was leaked and it went viral. And everybody saw Zelensky saying out loud in front of the entire fucking world to Macron, hey, can you talk to Biden? We got to put a It's over. Like, it's all over but the crying. They're going to sign the papers. Putin's basically going to put a paper on the table and say, these are our demands. Zelensky's going to sign them because he's like, Putin's just going to be able to tighten those screws. Oh, you don't want to accept that? Oh, you don't want to accept that? Like, that's the position that we're in now. Like, the West is not going to be flowing troops in. The West is not, like, Macron and the French have been kind of rattling a saber about sending troops, but that's not serious. The French are not going to send troops. If they do, I'll be like, it'll be like mind-blowing to watch the French self-immolate like that. It'll just be absolutely mind-blowing to see that happen. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Eric. No, you're correct. I think that that's a correct perspective. Like, there is a Russophobia that definitely exists. The fall of the Soviet Union was pretty... I'd like to see polling data on it, actually. That'd be an interesting thing to spend some time looking up. Yeah, but Adam something told me Ukraine is destroying Russia on every front. Yeah, and you misspelt... Azov something, exactly. Oh, June, you live next to a major military base? Yee. How's that going for you? Letramas, I mean, the Russian defense budget, $80 billion, American defense budget, $880 billion. Yeah, but what we're learning about the American forces is that a lot of that money is just wasted, right? It's just wasted on administration. Colonel Douglas McGregor did a really interesting breakdown of exactly this, where there were people and they were asking him, well, doesn't the United States have this enormous military budget? Shouldn't it be this like terrifying military force that no one can confront, right? And McGregor just started to list the administrative capacity of the military and talk about how many generals and how many more generals there are since World War II and how much more administration exists. And that a lot of that budget that exists in the military is to pay for administration. It's not necessarily to pay for troops. It's not necessarily to pay for military grade equipment or big nuclear programs, right? A lot of it is administrative. I forget which interview it was, Eric. McGregor does a lot of interviews, and I forget who it was he was talking to. Sorry. Yeah, that's not the greatest journalism by me, but and I think that that's true though. When you take a look, like, when is the last time that America actually won a war? Like, really? When was the last time that they actually won a war? Oh yeah, Gamer J, good to see you, by the way. Yeah, hate how most landlords have you pay for extra for hydro. Yeah, we should get rid of landlords. We should just get rid of landlords. Wouldn't that be a great solution? Wouldn't everything be beautiful if we just got rid of these landlords? Look at how fucking beautiful this city is, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine waking up every single day? Can you imagine waking up every single day here? And you leave a stone building, and the stone buildings are inlaid with gold. There are carvings and sculptures everywhere you look and everywhere you are, inlaid with gold. And you wake up here and you step outside this stone building that you live in, and you look out into the mountains, and you go about your day. God, it would have been amazing to see. It would have been incredible to see. A living, breathing civilization. A living, breathing culture. Existing here in the mountains of Peru. A culture that had mastered agriculture. Floating gardens. Floating agriculture. That had mastered goldsmithing. That was heavily artistic. Obviously advanced. With its own cultural practices and its own perspective on how the world is and how it should be and how we should live in it. And Europe just came in and destroyed it. And it's gone. And all we have left of it are its buildings, which we've plucked the gold from, to melt down, to turn into coins. Just another sacrifice to the capitalist death cult. Just another sacrifice. No, because their god demands gold. Right? Money. It's plunder. Gold was seen as valuable. Right? Money is a god. And they sacrificed entire civilizations to it. So we shouldn't pretend like they won't do it again. Especially as we watch them commit a genocide. And they're telling you why they're doing it. For profit. Capitalism has always been a death cult. It has always been this religious pursuit of the god of profit and the god of money. It's always been that way. And look at what its adherents are willing to destroy for it. And look at what its adherents are willing to erect for it. Would they be willing to sacrifice their own land and riches, though? Yeah, of course. Just look at Detroit. Of course. No. The acolytes of capitalism have no honor or loyalty. They only have one goal. They only want one thing. And they're making it very clear. Yes, Marcus, erect. You got me. Bazinga. Yeah, Jared Kirshner. I think I actually have that article. I have a whole bunch of articles here that I didn't even touch on. Do I still have that article? No, it's just too gauche. I just can't do it. I can't have that article. I do want to quickly report on a couple of things. Oh shoot. The leader of Vietnam has stepped down. Likely has something to do with the wake of this Vietnam seeks death penalty for woman behind $30 billion bank fraud. Here in America, we would give her another $30 billion and tell her not to do it again. So that's happening in Vietnam. Change of leadership. It's not the party leaving power. It's just the leader stepping down. Unfortunately, I had the article translated, but for whatever reason, it translated it back, and I don't know Vietnamese. So, then of course, this absolute gem. China's housing minister says real estate developers must go bankrupt if necessary. Get fucked, capitalists. Get totally fucked. And then Chinese envoy meets Hamas leader for first time since October 7th. These are just some quick headlines showing you very quickly what's going on in the rest of the world. Twitch is so strange, man. Like the first hour and a half of my cast, there's like 2 people watching. And then right when I get to the end, a whole bunch of people show up. Gamer J writes, yeah, Andrew's absolutely right here. Hello from Russia. Good to see you. I think you're absolutely right, Andrew. Russia doesn't want to run European countries. Russia doesn't want to run Ukraine. Like, Putin didn't even want to get into that war. Like, if it was up to Putin, he would have signed the Minsk Accords and that would have been the end of it. He didn't want to get into that war. Real obvious. So I love talking to Russians, man. I love it when Russians show up and then we can have a real like bro down about like what's fucking going on for real. Cause like it's so frustrating trying to convince Westerners of what the fuck is going on. Like fucking you've got neo-Nazis shelling the border of Russia, killing ethnic Russians. The Russian citizenry being like, you gonna do something about this, Putin? Putin's like, yeah, we're signing shit, we're doing stuff. Fucking the Germans come out and basically say that the Minsk Accords were all bullshit. That we were just doing that so that we could arm the Ukrainians more effectively. Putin is rightfully upset about it because, he's sort of hoping that Europe is operating in good faith. Turns out they're psychopaths. And so finally has to pull the trigger and fight a war about it. Initially, he was so hopeful. That's the thing about Putin in the beginning of this conflict. That's the thing about Putin in the beginning of this conflict, dude. The guy was so fucking hopeful. He went in with his forces all around the border, right? Remember how he did that? He went in all around the border from every single place that he could, including in Belarus, and they went in like a little bit. Here on the map, it's like an inch. They all went in like an inch and took like a little bit of territory all the way around the border. Because the dude is sitting there being like, this'll spook him. This'll get him. We'll move all these troops in, and they'll be like, whoa, okay. Let's negotiate. Whoa. And that didn't happen. That didn't work. Boris Johnson flies into Kiev, convinces Zelensky the clown to stop, to not surrender, right? We got your back, Zelensky, for real. We got your back. And so Putin moves all his troops out from the border and moves it into the Donbass region. The Americans go, we pushed them out. Yeah, we pushed them out. What a military success. When it's literally Putin being like, oh, all right, I guess we'll fight a real war now. Special operation. And they take the territory that they want to take, which is where the Nazis are shelling. And like, I just feel like the entire time what I've been watching, the entire time from the Russian people is like a sense of victory, right? We all saw the Zs, we all saw the Zs, right? The victory, right? We all saw the big speeches that Putin gave, all that kind of stuff. But there's this like sense of begrudging determination is what I mainly get from the Russians. That when I see the Russian people and when I hear the Russian people and when I listen to the Russian people, I really get a sense from the Russians that they're not going into Ukraine with this like zealous like fervor for war, right? They're not going in manically or with this like sense of mission accomplished, America, right? Any of that kind of stuff. They're going in there because they know they have to. Because it's the right thing to do. Because they're looking at NATO-backed Nazis literally shelling ethnic Russians on the border of their country. And the Russians know for a fact that if their own ancestors could see what would be happening, they would already be driving tanks into that region. That if the people who fought World War II under Stalin could see what was happening in the Donbass region, they would look at their leader and say, when do we go? And if their leader said, we're not going to go, they would overthrow that guy, and then they would go. Not because they have a sense of zeal for war, but because they understand that it's the right thing to do and it must be done. And so there's this begrudging determination that seems to exist within the Russians, and they've completely won. NATO is not sending troops. They're not sending weapons. They might send a last gasp of cash to act as like a bribe for the upper class of Ukraine to kind of keep them in line post whatever is going to happen with the signing of whatever treaty they're going to sign. But this fucking war is over. The Russians won. And what's crazy to me is that more or less what I'm seeing is that the Russians won a war they didn't want to fight. What happens when the Russians want to win the fight? What happens when the Russians want to fight the fight? What happens then? What happens when the Russians get it into their head that they can win on the world stage through war? What's that look like? Good night, just me. Andrew writes, I agree with you. People just repeat American propaganda and don't want to watch Nazi Ukrainian speeches on YouTube. It's ridiculous. Yeah, of course it is. There's all the evidence in the world to show you who these guys are. There's all the evidence in the world to show you who these guys are. It's why the American media needed to ban RT. Because they knew. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They call it Russian propaganda, but all Russia has done the entire time is just show you what Ukraine is saying. Like, that's it. They just wander into Ukraine's parliament and film it. They take the footage that's coming out of Ukraine's parliament and they show it to the Russians. And that's called Russian propaganda. Like, it's maddening. Yeah. Nazi Ukrainians, Stepan Bandera, SS Division of Galatian shit. Yeah, the Azov Battalion. That they call like the third... what's the new name that they've given them? The third something or other. They've renamed them now, but it's the same bullshit. It's Andrei Beletsky. Like, it's just fucking... Like, it's outrageous. Like, it's absolutely outrageous. If my grandmother was alive to see it, like, I'm actually really, I gotta tell you, I'm really grateful that all my grandparents are not alive to see this. Because if they watched my country support this, it would break their hearts. It would absolutely break their hearts. And I gotta tell you, I'm glad Russia won. I'm glad. I'm glad for what's about to happen to NATO, and I'm glad for what's about to happen to the West. You know why? Because the world will be better off if the West falls into internal disarray. The entire rest of the world, South America, Africa, certainly the Middle East, China, India, Russia, will all be better off if Europe, Canada, and the United States fall into internal disarray. It's not going to be good for us. I am a Canadian. It's not going to be good for Canada. But it's going to be good for everybody else. Because it's going to give the rest of the world a reprieve from this manic, psychopathic nonsense that we're doing. Like... Just fucking brutal. They admit Azov so they don't have to talk about tornadoes, C-14, Svoboda, yeah, Kraken, etc. Yeah. No, I'm absolutely dead certain that there'll be some pretty major scholarship that comes out about the Nazism in Ukraine. Like, certainly there's going to be Russian scholarship about it. Like... I hope it gets translated into English. I'd love to read it. Like, it's the scholarship that comes out of this period in Ukraine is going to be really fascinating. It's going to be interesting to see like a Noam Chomsky type figure. It's not going to be Noam Chomsky, obviously, but like there are other DJ Prashad, for example. There are other historians that exist in the zeitgeist who might pick up the mantle of doing the serious historical work of what the fuck is happened in Ukraine, and actually tell that story and really reveal the depth of the Nazism that exists in Ukraine. Because that's one thing that Westerners are completely delusional about. They're just utterly delusional. They just do not want to believe that Ukraine has been taken over by Nazis. They just do not want to believe it. And it's really clear that that's the case. I'm still kind of on the fence to what degree Zelensky has drank that Kool-Aid. But, and like, is he ruling with a rifle in his back? Because there are things that he did in the early days. But, like, how much control does he actually have? I don't think it's much, truthfully. So when the serious scholarship starts to come out about Ukraine, And when you start to see people really talking about like who these figures are, when you get like a William L. Shire, but for Ukraine, when you get these sorts of texts that start to come out from serious, like from Harvard and Oxford, like forget about like some like Anne Applebaum bullshit, right? Like forget about this propaganda nonsense. Like serious universities and historians, like serious academics. That's when I'm going to be very, very, very interested in seeing that. Because like the most embarrassing thing in my view that has happened during this period of time is I will bring up the reality of Nazis in Ukraine, because I've done a certain amount of research on this myself, and I've seen enough to understand that the issue is quite deep, right? And I've got sources and I've got all kinds of stuff, but it's all sporadic. Like I couldn't make a book out of it. It's enough to understand what's happening. Certainly enough to make a call. But you start talking to Westerners about it, and they'll start bringing up just weird... Like, one of the things that they'll say is that, well, the Russians have a Nazi group, too. Rush. And you know what happens every single time they bring this, like, Rush group up? I go, do you have any sources for this? Like, you're telling me that there is an active Nazi group in the Russian military. Can I see any information on that? And they'll literally give me, like, a website made on, like, Geospace with an uncited author with just, like, random pictures trying to loosely affiliate random people with the idea of, like, there's this mercenary group that Putin uses that are neo-Nazis. I'm like... And this is what they give you. They give you just some random bullshit. Like, I'm talking like... I would think that if there was, like, actually a neo-Nazi group in the Russian military, and I asked for a source, I would expect, like, CIA.gov, at least. Right? That's what I would expect. So it's just brain dead. That the people who want to believe that Russia has a Nazi group of its own are literally just believing 10-year-olds making like a grade school book report on a website somewhere. Like, Western culture deserves its collapse. It absolutely deserves its collapse. That Russia has successfully made its pivot. And Russia's pivot towards China and towards the global south, I think, is going to be seen in Russia and outside of Russia in the global south as very deftly done and very astute, very wise and clever of Putin to have done. That he understood that the game was over with the Europeans. That he was able to bridge the gap between himself and Xi Jinping very successfully. And so moving into what's being called this multipolar world, I think the rest of the world, outside of the hellish war that the United States is going to unleash wherever they can, the rest of the world is going to continue trading and building with itself. And it's going to isolate the United States and Canada. It's going to isolate NATO. And it's going to turn these former prosperous nations into pariah states. And we have no manufacturing base. All we've ever done is projects of colonialization. That's all we've ever done is invasion, enslavement, and extraction. That's all we've ever done. And it's no longer working. It's no longer going to work. We're losing grip of the African colonies. All of that free wealth that we have been extracting from Africa for 500 years is drying up. We're no longer going to be successful there. We're no longer going to be able to influence South America. We're certainly no longer going to be able to influence China and India. What's left for us? We've just ended up in a dark room with ourselves. And what we're going to do to ourselves is exactly what we've done to the rest of the world. Because it's the only way we know how to communicate. We're like a rabid dog. And we're being put in a cage. Yeah, Andrew, I tend to agree with you. We've got Lat Ramas saying many things in the chat. Yeah, the dollar versus the won. I don't think it's going to be so much the dollar versus the won, so much as it is just like the dollar versus the rest of the global currencies. Like, China doesn't want to get into a direct conflict with the dollar. And it doesn't want to become the new dollar hegemony. It doesn't want to become the final reserve currency. That's just not how China wants to play it. Because China doesn't worship money the way the United States does. Right? China sees its currency as a tool, right? Which is why it does lots of things that the West considers like sacrilege, right? Like, China will like devalue its own currency, and the rest of the world, the international community, i.e. NATO, right? The capitalist world is like, sacrilege, devaluing your own currency. How dare you denigrate your god, right? Whereas the Chinese are just like, no, devaluing the currency is beneficial for us at this moment, right? It makes it easier for people to pay off debts. It makes it easier for people to borrow our money. It makes it easier to get it into certain markets. We're just going to devalue our currency, and it's totally fine. Don't worry about it, right? It's better this way because we don't worship money. We don't see money as the end goal. That's not the point of money. The point of money is to just facilitate trade so that you get nice things. That's the point of money, right? But I tend to agree with you, Andrew. Where's the logic in that? What's the point of Russia killing Navalny on the eve of the election? Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think how the West treats Navalny in the first place is weird. Like, the guy was a Nazi. Like, at least he was willing to be a Nazi collaborator. Like, we've got him dead to rights. We literally have him at protests with Nazis doing the Nazi salute, and he's just hanging out. And we've got ads of this guy like literally saying we should kill Muslims with guns. Like, he called Muslims cockroaches, for God's sakes. Like, the guy is very clearly, like, if he's not a Nazi, he's Nazi adjacent. And he's definitely willing to collaborate with Nazis. And chances are good that being a Nazi in Russia is probably frowned upon, given the history of Russia. Now, Andrew, I don't know if you know the history of Russia or not. I don't know if you're a history buff, okay? And I don't want to West explain to you. I don't want to be one of these like mansplain but West explain. But did you know that in the history of Russia, I'm hoping this is translating where I'm being very sarcastic right now. I hope you understand that there was an organization called the Nazis that killed a bunch of Russians? Did you know? Did you know about that? And that if a guy like Navalny is acting like a Nazi, chances are good people in Russia would frown on that. Yeah, Navalny would have been jailed much sooner and would not have been given much freedom as he was given in Russia. Navalny had a choice. He could have stayed in Europe. Like, And what's so funny to me, somebody's pointed this out to me, and it's absolutely true. The idea that Navalny was even a political threat to Putin is a weird narrative. Like, he never polled higher than 5%. He wasn't like this big draw. He was never really a significant threat politically. The political party that's much more a significant threat to Putin is the communists, right? The Stalinists. Like, which like so if Putin is assassinating political adversaries because they're such a political threat, well, where are the assassinations in the Communist Party? Right? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. Right? And that at the end of the day, like, Navalny gets arrested because he's a fucking criminal and a fucking Nazi. And so it's so obvious that the West is just like propping up this stooge in order to try to turn Western opinion against Putin and paint him as if he is this monster. It's the same shit they did to Stalin, right? And Western audiences, which are largely fascist, are just gobbling it up. And and like, the story doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, it just doesn't, like, who is this guy? Like, Navalny, who gives a shit? Like, why should Putin give two shits about this guy? It's so obviously a trumped up story that the West is using to jerk off about themselves. To try and con everybody in the West to convince everybody that Putin's done this horrible thing when there's like no evidence of it. It's just a thing they say, which the West is really good at this. The West is really good at just making blanket accusations with no evidence. And then what happens, like 100 times out of 100, is that when we look at the evidence, we realize that, oh yeah, the West lied. Because that's all they can do. And what's so embarrassing about the Navalny story is that it's so transparent to anybody who isn't in the West. So if you don't live in the United States, Canada, Europe, or Australia, and you're not totally dead-brained, you look at this Navalny story and you go, yeah, this is just Western propaganda, and it's so obvious. It's like clumsy, right? Like there's nothing to it, because the rest of the world is seeing through it now, because it's just so obvious now. Like, everybody knows the CIA exists. Everybody knows the NSA exists. Everybody knows the FBI exists. Everybody knows that the National Endowment for Democracy exists. Right? Like, everybody knows. And so whenever the West stands up and says anything, everybody goes, probably not. Right? Everybody, like, that's what I do. Like, whenever a story breaks and something comes out, I immediately just go, probably not. Like, probably not. Like, maybe a little bit, but probably not. Like, anything the West has ever said about North Korea, for example. Like, literally everything they've said about North Korea is totally false. Like, and some of the shit that comes out about North Korea is just, like, unbelievable. Like, you can't believe it. You're just like, nah, bro, probably not. Like, you got that fucking dumb lady, what's her name, Yeonmi Park, going around saying how North Korean people would push trains. You hear this story? She went on Joe Rogan and she told this story about how we used to take the train, and the train and we'd all have to get out of the train, and then we'd have to push the train. What are you, dumb? Push the train? What are you talking about? Like, not just utter BS, but, like, insulting. Like, how stupid do you think we are, Park? Like, how stupid do you think we are, Yeonmi? Like, come on. Like, obviously you're not pushing the train. Why? Because that's stupid. What are you pushing the train for? Take your stuff. Like, if the train does shut down, right, what's everybody going to do? Well, everybody's going to fucking take their shit out and carry it. That's what everybody's going to do that. Nobody's going to fucking push the train. Like, what are you talking about? Like, are North Koreans like Arnold Schwarzenegger style Conan the Barbarian gods? Where they're all just like muscled up and just they've got no food in North Korea and everybody's starving. It's a terrible genocide that's happening in North Korea, but everyone has superpowered energy to be able to push a train. Like, the enemy is both weak and strong. This classic fascist bullshit. Like, it's just like, and it's getting insulting. That's what I think about this whole Uyghur genocide thing, man. Like, it's just insulting. Just the idea that the West actually cares about Muslims in China. Like, just say it out loud. Really let it bang around in your brain for a minute. America cares about Muslims. Does that sound right? That what America is actually trying to convince us is that after launching a major war in Iraq, a major war in Afghanistan, major assassination campaigns in Pakistan, major assassinations in Iran, major war in Syria, an outright genocide in Israel for almost a whole fucking century, including on the Gaza Strip today, conflict with Yemen, conflict with Oman, conflict with Ethiopia, Somalia, Sudan, Egypt, literally murdering and massacring Muslims wherever they go, including straight up death squads. All the while, the leadership of the United States is saying things like, we're going to go over there and launch a crusade against those Muslims. And hacks like Sam Harris are writing cartoon caricatures of Muslims that are just as bad as any blackface minstrel shit you've ever seen. Just the denigration of Muslims for like 50, 60 years. Just like an absolute atrocity of Muslims across the entire Muslim world, and a debasement entirely of their entire religion through the new atheist movement. People like Chris Hitchens, Sam Harris, Dawkins, Dennett, these fucking Islamophobes all trying to paint the response to these atrocities and genocide as if that is what Islam stands for and what the Muslim world stands for. A total obliteration of the achievements of the Muslim world throughout history. Right? All that's happened in the last 50 years, but we really care about Muslims in Xinjiang. We really are very concerned. We're deeply, deeply concerned about Muslims in China. Please, world, take us completely and totally seriously about our concern about Muslims in China is genuine and real, and that the stories that we tell you about what's going on in China are serious and real. Please. What credibility do these Americans have? And how stupid do they think we are? Andrew writes, Americans attack and fight all the time. They destroyed Yugoslavia and brought down much grief to our planet, but Russia tries to maintain good relations with everyone. We treat all people with respect. And you know what I really respect about Russia? And I have respected this about Russia for a long time, is they're not, you guys aren't pushovers. Like, you guys are not backing down. Like, you won't back away. Like, the shit that went down in Georgia, for example, right? The first time they tried to do this Ukraine shit, they did it in Georgia, right? You guys didn't put up with that. You didn't back down on that. The Rose Revolution, that whole thing, right? Putin went in there with troops. The only reason it didn't blow up into the international story like Ukraine did is because it was happening right around 9/11 and the war on terror and the invasion of Iraq. And that's what Americans cared about. They didn't give a shit about this story. Putin's actions in Syria and backing the Syrian people. Like that's a I got to tell you, man, I feel like the moment that I think Putin finally turned on the West, I think it happened pretty early in his career. He came to power in 2000, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2000 right on the dot. 2006 was the invasion of Libya. Putin's speech when NATO invaded Libya and killed Gaddafi was fucking scathing. It was absolutely fucking scathing. And I do think that really was the moment that Putin took a look at NATO and took a look at the West and took a look at this place and went and really genuinely started to believe that these guys are psychos. That he needed to start coming up with a plan B. That plan A was probably not going to pan out. That he came to power believing he was going to integrate Russia into Europe. But I think Libya was the moment when he went, probably not. Because that was some crazy, irrational nonsense. What happened in Libya was psychopathic. And I don't think there's another way to describe it. I don't think there's another way to describe what happened in Libya. That Gaddafi was stable. He was a stable leader. He had stabilized the region. He was egalitarian, working to spread wealth throughout his society. He obviously was an enemy of capitalism. He was a revolutionary. He was funneling money into Ireland to help with the Irish Revolution, for God's sakes, with the Irish struggle. I think the thing that really did him in, though, at the end of the day, was that he was starting to actually he was starting to talk to Egypt, Sudan, Chad, Niger, Algeria, Tunisia, about creating a Pan-African currency and a federated body to actually unify one section of Africa into a larger organization. And I think the thing that really killed him was that Egypt was part of that plan, and no way. Suez Canal? No way. And so they just blew the shit out of it. And they assassinated him. And now the place is just warring tribes, warring warlords, open trade slave markets, open air slave markets. It's a disaster. Right? It's a total and utter disaster, and the Americans don't give a fuck at all. Yeah. Yeah, Gaddafi's assassination was broadcast by the European media. Yeah. Yeah, really think about that. Just that statement. Like, that, I think, is a really astute observation, bud. Like, they showed us his assassination. I can show you the video. Like, it went viral on the internet. They filmed it and they showed it to us. European politicians smiled when he was killed. Hillary Clinton very famously said out loud on national television, "We came, we saw, he died." And then she cackled like a witch. It's not right. It's not human. That is exactly right. That Libya was on the trajectory of being a strong state, a strong country, and could have been a unifying force in Africa and could have been very good for the people of Northern Africa. But America is why we can't have nice things. And I really do think that that moment was a moment. You're right, CH. Hillary cackles as a witch, not like a witch. Well, hold on. Hold on. I know many nice witches. So let's not besmirch witches. I shouldn't have brought witches into this. It's just a very famous cackle. I'm sorry, witches. Don't curse me. You're all beautiful. And I do think that that moment, that Libyan moment, really was the moment when Putin turned on the West. That I think that his posture shifted from being one of Putin's posture shifted from being one of hopefulness and sort of pleasingness. I think there's a very famous photo shoot of Putin that where he's going and meeting all of the European leaders when he first takes power. And he looks happy as a clam. He looks youthful. He looks young. He's just a smiling young man who's taken power. And he's so pleased with what's going on. And he's meeting everybody and he's star-eyed. He meets the Queen of England, right? And he's just like, wow, we've made it. And now Russia is going to join the EU and it's going to be great. And there's so much hope and aspiration. And Libya killed all of that, I think. And I think he became a man who was willing to negotiate with Europe because he had to, because it's better to negotiate. But I think that was the moment when he stopped trusting Europe, when he stopped trusting NATO. And every action he took since Libya afterwards, I think really shows that's the case. That since that moment, he was always probing Europe, always probing them, and always constantly with this leery, side-eyed kind of expectation of deception, expectation of distrust. And even up to the Ukrainian war. Like, I think the Minsk Accords, what Merkel said about the Minsk Accords, I think finished NATO. I don't think that NATO can recover from that confession. When Angela Merkel said out loud in front of the world, we never intended to abide by the Minsk Accords. We were using the Minsk Accords as a delay tactic to arm Ukraine. I think that finished NATO and finished that alliance. Because no one is ever going to trust NATO ever again. Like, the invasion of the Middle East, the destruction of Libya, all of this kind of stuff, there's a sort of rationale behind it. But what they did in Ukraine, senseless. Just completely, totally senseless. It doesn't make sense what they've done. There's no logic to it. It's just violence for the sake of violence. Destruction for the sake of destruction. With the only rationale being that we're going to make a lot of money selling weapons. You can't trust that. You can't ally with that. You can't negotiate and trade with that. You can't trust that. And you can't even enter negotiations with that. Because they've outright confessed to you that the negotiations are being done in bad faith, so that they can sell weapons to fuel a war. I think that's the death of NATO. India, China, certainly Russia, Africa, South America, certainly the Middle East, they're never going to negotiate with NATO. NATO is, as far as the entire rest of the world is concerned, NATO only communicates one way, and that's with bombs. It doesn't communicate any other way. That if it's talking to you, it's only to weaken you so that it can bomb you. You can't govern this way. It's not a successful strategy in the long term. It's not going to work. Because the truth, and the West is going to figure this one out the absolute hard way. The truth is that the rest of the world can build faster than the West can bomb. And for every bombing campaign that the West does, that's infrastructure it's not building for itself. That's education facilities it's not building for itself. That's transit systems it's not building for itself. And every single time it grinds up its own prosperity to drop bombs on another country, not only do they set that country back, they set themselves back. And that country will set to rebuilding their infrastructure, while the United States will set to building more bombs. And eventually there just comes a point where the United States will do its final bombing campaign, and no one will even notice, because they've built enough infrastructure and they've built enough defenses that it doesn't even matter anymore. That's the trajectory of the United States of America. Well, I think we've reached the end of this one. I'm an hour over. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being, walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.